had a treasure trove of young prospects, right? 1 year later, Baltimore is 26-38. Their MLB.com just recently had their prospect rankings. Baltimore ranked 15th. Detroit, 1 year later, is 43-24 and has a number one system in baseball. And I was in awe of Baltimore last year. How do you get to do this? How do you get to be so good and have so much in the pipeline? And I mean, I guess it goes to show a couple things. One is, prospects don't always pan out. In fact, the hit rate on prospects is not great. The more you have, the better, right? But, you just hope as a team that you've got it right and those guys are all going to pan out. It's just amazing where we are a year later. I can't believe that Detroit is now that team. And it's not overnight, but this happened quickly.
It did, and I think some of the things with the prospect rankings, they changed because some guys have matriculated onto the major leagues,
True.
And some are just because players have slipped in their rankings. But Baltimore is playing better right now. Like I mentioned earlier, 10-4 in the last 14 games. They're starting to turn some things around. And guys just got off to horrific starts on that team.
Yep.
It's a team that has some talented players, but they've also lost some guys. Santander produced for them last year and signed a free agent contract to do less than nothing now with Toronto. Sorry, no offense.
It's okay,
But that's just one example of having a guy that was really good for you last year, but you don't have because of free agency. And the guys that were really good for him last year off to bad starts, like Adley Rutschman and others. And Gunnar Henderson couldn't possibly duplicate what he did last year, right? So it's a work in progress to see if they're going to get better, but they do have talent, and you got to be aware of it. I love where the Tigers are at. I think Birchie Kid had a stat last night on Sportsworks. The Tigers in the last 111 games not only have the best record in baseball, they've won 5 more games than anybody else over that time. That's impressive.
So there's 5 games clear of the next closest team.
It shows you that last year when they were doing things to pitching chaos, the people said it wasn't sustainable. Okay, they did something else. They made some additions in the offseason that have worked out. They've gone to pitching chaos, 1 out of 10 games maybe this year?
Yep.
I don't know what the actual percentage is or actual number of games, but it feels like it's a low percentage now. But they have more of a rotation, and they're continuing what they did. They're winning at the same torrid pace they did to finish the year last year. When people were saying, oh, yeah, well, the Tigers, they just benefit because Minnesota sucked. No, the Tigers had to play well, and Minnesota had to suck. And now Minnesota's been a little bit of an average there, but the Tigers have continued on. So now what's the excuse? There's no excuse. Yeah. It's the best team in baseball.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Mondays mean champ and chump. Gator, my champ of the weekend was Spencer Torkelson. 5 for 12. 2 game-winning RBIs. He gave the Tigers a lead for good on Friday night and Sunday with a home run on Friday and a 2-run double on Sunday. Just when people started to worry about him, he's back, baby, and it was a really good time against a really good baseball team.
I went with Carlos Alcaraz. He won the French Open after a grueling 5.5-hour match against Sinner, the Frenchman, and the Spaniard is just doing great. He's the best player in the world. He's won like 5 straight majors or appeared in 5 straight majors, whatever the stat is. He's incredible right now. He's the future of tennis, and so is Sinner. These guys at this young age could be battling each other for the next decade, and we're going to sit here and enjoy it if you're a tennis fan.
My chump of the weekend is I don't really have anybody I particularly want to chump, so I'm just going to chump me for my prediction that they'd sweep. They didn't. I got it wrong. I'll own the L.
Yeah, for me, it's just I get fed up when people constantly complain about things that are going well. And when we had the calls last week, people who were upset with A.J. Hinch because he dared to pinch hit for Kerry Carpenter when he wants to do the righty-lefty thing, and if it doesn't work out, then, it must be a terrible decision. Hey, you can't take Tarek Skubal out of the game just because he's got 90-something pitches. He's pitching well. The guy knows exactly what he's doing, okay? He knows how to manage this team and this staff, and they get case in point with Jahmai Jones comes in to pinch hit for Kerry Carpenter, and the first pitch he sees in the major leagues this year, is his first home run as a Detroit Tiger. It just launches it over the fence, and it's an amazing moment. And yeah, he's handling things just fine. Again, best team in baseball.
248-539-9797. Rick and Novi is next. Hello, Rick.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
I've been telling my buddies as long as they would listen for the last 4 weeks, I said, this team is going to the World Series. I see so many. They're the same things. I saw the 68 team. I saw it on the 84 team. And I didn't quite see it on the 06 and the 12 teams. One of the things Scott just talked about, guy comes up rookie comes up, hits a home run right off the bat. And barring a major injury, I'm telling everybody, this team's going to be in the World Series. I don't know if they're going to win it, but they're going to the World Series.
So when you say you see similarities and you mentioned the rookie comes up, what else is the similarities between 68 and 84 that they didn't have in 06 or 2012?
The come from behind victories, for one. That 1968 team had 40 games where they were trailing or tied from the seventh inning on, and they won them. They were always known for that. And I don't know, I think the 12 and 16, the guys were just so young, especially the pitching staff. And, it seemed like they were just totally overwhelmed in those two World Series. But, I mean, it was unbelievable.
Well, that was not a young pitching staff in 12.
No.
And in 06, Kenny Rogers was anchoring that staff. He was the best pitcher on the staff. But they did lean on Verlander, I guess.
Well, that's what I meant. And if you remember those guys, they would bunt on them, and they were fumbling the ball and couldn't throw it to first. And just all around, I didn't see the maturity on those teams that were on the 68 and the 84 teams. But if I was a betting man, I would bet $1,000 right now they're going to the World Series.
Oh, that's a lot of money to bet.
But too bad he's not a betting man.
Yeah.
Might be able to parlay that into some money.
All right. A couple of guys became available today in the NFL. One, I think, makes more sense in Detroit than the other. We'll get to that today at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Look, good weekend for the Tigers. Of course, it's not the only thing going on. Mandatory minicamp starts tomorrow. 3 days, Kang, is that right? 3 days of mandatory minicamp. So this one's first one without Frank Ragnow. But I want to start with some news in other NFL towns. Let's start with Jair Alexander, released by the Green Bay Packers in a cost-cutting move that will save them, I believe, $17 million this year and $19 million the following year. Cornerback. Been hurt, but when healthy, an exceptionally good player. And then at this hour, there's news that Jermaine Pratt, the linebacker from Cincinnati, has been released. And you had his numbers in front of you earlier. One of the best tacklers in the NFL last year.
Top 10. He's only 29 years old, just turned 29. Last year had a career high 143 tackles. The year before, I had 118. I mean, this is kind of a trajectory, a little bit like Alex Anzalone.
He's roughly the same age, too, right?
Yeah, 29.
And we got word last week that Malcolm Rodriguez, who's going to, I mean, he's a part-time starter for them, but mostly he's a backup guy, depth guy. He might be out till November. Pratt or Alexander, I'd be more interested in Pratt. And I think about people's concern with the Detroit Lions. It's almost all exclusively on the front four. But if they were bringing a guy like Pratt, with the addition of DJ Reed, with young players growing up, I feel like the back seven would be pretty damn improved. It could really help this team defensively.
It could. But then you look at what are the Lions going to employ, though? I mean, if you've got Anzalone, you've got Jack Campbell in the middle, right? So is that what Pratt would do? As a linebacker, I mean, he's not going to take over for either one of those guys. So is it almost who's going to play ahead of?
Yeah, and go back to what I said. Out of the two of them, I'd rather have Pratt than Alexander. I'm not sure either of them make sense. I would love for there to be a Jair Alexander or Jermaine Pratt of edge rushers get released.
100%, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't necessarily need an off-ball linebacker right now, and with Pratt, I mean, Pratt's only got 3.5 career sacks, so it's not like let's make him a pass rusher like they did with Derek Barnes. That's not the case with Pratt. So I don't know if he makes a ton of sense, unless they just come at some kind of impasse completely with Anzalone, which I don't think that's going to happen. It seems like they're going to work that out. But if they can't, then that makes sense. If they're going to work it out, it doesn't make sense. Alexander, because he's been hurt for 2 straight years, you worry about that. However, if you can find a team-friendly contract that protects you from a guy who gets hurt all the time, go ahead and work that out, because you've got somebody who may not be all that thrilled with his former team in the Packers for doing this. You get the chip on the shoulder, and it's always fun to see those guys. But, where does he? If he's healthy, he plays.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve in Roseville. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hi, guys. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
I don't understand. Man, look, go get Jair Alexander. We could use him in the secondary. I mean, it just increases our depth. All it does is make us better. I understand the linebacker, but honestly, Jair Alexander, this guy's a premier player. What are we doing? Why are we even talking about this? Just go get him.
Because he hasn't been healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he played 16 games in 2022. He played 7 games in 2023, 7 games in 2024. In 2021, he played 4 games.
Well, look at it this way. Maybe he's disaster-proofed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, is both Jair Alexander and Jermaine Pratt, if they want to be a part of a team that has a great chance to win, it makes sense here. Pratt was a team captain, and they love that kind of stuff. Jair Alexander is an outspoken guy. I don't know if he would necessarily fit in. They would know better than I would. I always think they shy towards team captains, but are other teams going to want those players more because they don't have starters? The Lions do.
On the other hand, look at it this way: Alexander can always teach.
Can he?
Why not? He's been around longer.
Well, just because you've been around for a long way doesn't.
Why wouldn't he share?
Because people don't always do that.
Well, maybe that'd be part of the reason they bring him in.
Well,
or part of the reason they don't.
Okay, you got to figure if you're Jair Alexander and the Lions call up and say, "We'd like you to come in, and we're not sure you're going to be part of our starting rotation because you haven't been healthy, and we've got young guys and players we like, and we just brought in a vet. But you have a chance to play here. But if not, you can teach." Or some other team that has a screaming need for a starting corner, more so than the Lions do, has more money to offer.
The Dolphins call up and say, "We'll give you a 2-year, $30 million contract."
So, we can sit here and talk about what makes sense for us, because I think the same thing's true of Jermaine Pratt.
Mm-hmm.
Is he looking to play a role on a championship caliber team, which is what he might do here? And maybe he'd be better. Like maybe he'd supplant one of the starters. But if he wants, if you want to win a championship, this is a good place to be. But you get into this weird place in players' careers where, getting themselves that last big contract becomes a priority too.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like the same. There's a third player that's out there that is also very interesting because he's seemingly healthy now and ready to contribute. Everybody's showing off these videos of him. Looks better than ever. And that's Nick Chubb. But he's a running back. Yeah. Again, it's a position the Lions don't necessarily need. Outstanding player. And it looks
Texans just signed him.
I was going to say he's linked to the Texans, and they think that they're going to get him. But that's another type of player. I guess what I'm saying is the same type of thing. Alexander was once this Pro Bowl corner. Pratt had a Pro Bowl year, and Nick Chubb's been a Pro Bowl player. But all three are at positions where the Lions don't necessarily need to add.
Well, I mean, call, sure. But the fact is, they probably are more likely to be more needed elsewhere.
Right.
And more money gets paid to them elsewhere.
I mean, my theory is you can never have enough corners in the league. And I would absolutely pick up the phone and call him and see where he's at physically and then talk about parameters of what he's looking for in a contract, knowing what the Lions can offer in a contract, which probably isn't much. Does that work or not? Because I totally agree. I think he's going to end up going somewhere where a team can offer him a legitimate, 2 or 3 year deal, or even if it's just a 1 year deal, they'll take a chance on him and give him more money. Now,
Scott Anderson and Kang is releasing of Jermaine Pratt, freeing up money to get a new deal done with Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's definitely helping that situation. Jermaine Pratt actually asked for a trade at the end of the year because he wanted a new deal that Cincinnati can't afford to give him. Cincinnati has a lot of problems with their cap and contracts right now.
Because they're wide receivers.
Yeah, and that's before they even signed T. Higgins at that time, So they obviously chose T. Higgins. Doesn't look like they're going to go with Hendrickson with the new deal. At least that's what they're saying. Pratt, obviously, they couldn't find a trade partner, couldn't get a deal done with him, just straight up released him. So they're trying to free up money. Now, whether it's for Hendrickson or not, I don't know, but they're definitely trying to free up money.
Well, the money that was reported for Hendrickson that Cincinnati was willing to pay him for the year was, I think, $29 million, which is a ton, but it's still below market value. By releasing Pratt, they have freed up over $5 million in cap space. Can the Bengals now go back to Trey Hendrickson and say, okay, 29 didn't get it done. Now we got 34, but we're tapped at 34. Can he do 34? And does he look at that and say, that's more along the line of what I'm thinking? I'll play out this year, and then I'll have free agency next year. It's possible.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. If you want to keep talking Lions, we'll do it. Something that we'll be watching when minicamp opens. We'll get to that today at 12:46, actually 12:50. And next hour, we'll get back into some Tiger stuff, as they are still the team with the best record in baseball, taking 2 of 3 from one of the best in the National League, the Chicago Cubs, over the weekend. It's 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, do you have a garage door that's making some really funny noises, or it's just kind of sluggish? It's not working as quickly or as nicely as you want it to? You suspect something is wrong. It probably is. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. They're going to come over. They're going to diagnose the problem. And then better yet, they're going to fix that problem because they've got expert technicians that have all the tools they need. They're going to be on site with their trucks and ready to work for you. I know this firsthand. Years ago, they came over to my house because my garage doors are working really slowly. They fixed the problem right there on the spot. And then when it's time to get new garage doors down the road, I knew there was only one place to call. Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. Here's what's great about that. You set up that time for what works for you. You're not beholden to their window of opportunity. It's up to you and what you want to work with. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Want to get an update from our guy Kang behind the glass, who is not, I would not call him a golfer.
Oh, yeah.
I would call him an athlete. And having been on the golf course with him, I'm thinking he could be good at this sport. And the perfect thing happened to help him get better at golf. He had two small kids that take up most of his time, so you now can do nothing but practice your swing. I say facetiously. I'm about to be an empty nester. So my golf game, I'm hoping, is about to take a big step forward. But that's probably wishful thinking. Anyway, Kang, you participated Friday. You were off work because you were in a scramble, a charity event. You prepared for it by going to the range once and swinging a golf club for the first time in years.
And then the day before, I went to onto my front lawn and just took some swings without actually hitting a ball. But
Okay.
How many swings do you think you took on the front lawn?
on the front lawn,
10?
I don't know, 25.
You're ready.
That's all he needed, people.
Well, it's a great charity called the Poppy Project for those that have suffered infancy, pregnancy losses, things like that, which, actually people need to know more about because it happens more than people think.
Yep.
And so I was invited by a friend who helps run that, and he knew I didn't golf, but, obviously you don't have to be a great golfer to participate in one of these things.
Yeah, you're going to have fun, and you're donating to a really good cause.
Yeah, and they did a great job out there. There was just a bunch of raffles. There's lunch at the turn. There's dinner afterwards, open bar for a little bit, all that stuff. And so I went out there, and as expected, I think obviously some poor shots, but on the positive side, some pretty good shots. I think we used like 2 of my shots, maybe 1 or 2 of my shots actually.
Wait.
Were your drives?
They weren't drivers. Trust me, the driver was slicing all day. It was more like I was using the 3 and the 4. I think they were hybrids or something. Is that what it is?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they're woods or hybrids.
Yeah,
woods.
I don't know, man.
But you had
I called all those irons wedgie thingies.
Well, you sent a text that was confusing. I'm going to see if I can read this verbatim. We read it on the air, and we were trying to figure out what this means because you were participating when we were on the air Friday. So, all right. How's golf going?
Mm-hmm.
Bad. Not too bad. Very bad.
Yeah, that's how the day was going so far. In the beginning, it was bad. Then it wasn't too bad.
Oh, okay.
Then it got very bad.
Oh,
okay, because we thought you meant it's not too bad. It's merely very bad.
No.
Which made us think you had very low expectations.
I mean, by then I might have been on the, 9th hole or something. If I broke it down, it was, bad. Not too bad, and then very bad.
So where did you play?
Westwind in Oakland Township.
Oh, that's not going to help. That is a difficult golf course.
Nice.
No, it's really nice. It's really nice. It's the course. It's right next to.
There's some long holes, man.
It's the public course. It's next to Wingate, which is a private course. Westwind is difficult. Yes, and there are some long holes. Lots of trees.
Yeah. I only lost like 4 balls, I want to say. That's not bad.
No.
I don't golf.
I know.
Were you hitting it far enough where it was going to find a space to get lost?
Yeah, so I played my slice. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
I played
to
it.
the left,
Yeah,
you're going to hit it to the right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so that
which you
kept
should.
me in play. And if it wasn't in play, it was like on the fringe. I did end up in a backyard, but it was in their backyard, and I saw it.
So you pick it up and
Yeah.
move on to wherever the good shot was.
Exactly. Yep. Thank God for the scramble.
So the other players in your group.
All right, the great thing is, so this is funny. I tell him right away. I just want to tell them, my buddy's with me. He actually golfs, so he's a decent golfer, and I brought him for a reason because of that, right? He's going to help me out, pick out clubs and all that stuff. Even though he doesn't know what I hit, but he knows what how I can hit. He judged me by the first few holes. The guy, the 2 in front of us, the pair in front of us, one guy you could tell he golfs a decent amount, So we had 2 decent golfers. Then me, I told him straight up, I don't golf, so bear with me. And then his buddy had hurt his finger the day before, had a splint on his finger. Goes, I only can chip and putt. So we took turns basically taking his drive or whatever off the tee.
We get an extra one, yeah.
Exactly.
Do you remember what you guys shot for the scramble round?
We ended up 3 or 4 under.
Really?
Yeah.
With basically having 2 golfers.
Exactly. Those guys are pretty good, man. Honestly, they saved us. I did drill 1 putt that we used. That was for par.
Attaboy.
And you couldn't play. It was bogey golf. Nothing over bogey. So
Okay, yeah, sure. Well, good. I'm glad. Now, does it make you want to go back for more?
You know what? I'm not like I'm never golfing again, but I'm also not like I need to get back out there. So there's a couple things for me. The pace of play is a little slow. Like I'm a guy. Like, let's hit it, pick it up, let's go, right? Because I'm not invested like you guys are yet. With the score and everything, especially with a scramble. And then you have to wait for, of course, when the course is busy, you got to wait for the guys in front of you, and you're just chilling for the lot.
How about the range? You ready to go back to the range anytime soon?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll hit
There
the
it
range.
is. Okay.
I don't mind
That's
it.
a start. Okay.
I will give you guys credit though. Golf is was more taxing than expected.
What do
Like
you mean?
18 holes in the sun. I was a little back was a little sore. Right wrist was a little sore here. It's probably because I'm swinging incorrectly, is what I'm assuming.
Yeah, probably.
But you had glove though, right?
Yes, I had a glove. I was a little tired, but probably beers helped that.
Oh, good. All right. Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
Yeah, maybe I'll come. Can you guys invite me one time?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I don't really do anything till August because my weekends are
August?
shot. Yeah.
It's the end of summer.
I know, dude. I know.
Remember when he said he was about to become an empty nester?
Not until,
The golf is so low on his list of priorities of stuff he would do in the summer.
well, it won't be. I mean, it's one more season of summer baseball. And then, but yeah.
And then the tour.
And then I'm. And look out, John Deere.
Right?
Here comes Doug. No,
Here comes the new Michael Block.
yeah, right. Okay, so we said we get to what to watch with the Lions at minicamp. First, all's health, right? How's Aiden Hutchinson look coming back from injury? Any updates on Aleem McNeil, where he is? Amon-Ra had knee surgery. He says he's fine, but everybody,
Derek Barnes.
yeah, we're really, really all vested here in a healthy football team. It feels like this season's already taken a massive shot by losing Frank Ragnow, but at the end of the day, health would be the number one thing that we want to see is some evidence that this team is healthy, right?
Yeah, it's
Or
huge
healthier.
because they lost so many guys last year to it, and then when they had their first involuntary workouts this year, the OTAs, it was a laundry list of players that weren't participating for a variety of reasons. So now that we're a couple weeks past that, now this is mandatory minicamp. Who's able to practice and who isn't able to practice, and if they're limited, why are they limited? What you want to know about the health of the players. I want to know about the rookies. I want to see them. It's development of the offensive line is probably the number one thing for me is, okay, who's lining up with the first team? You know, I expect the Glasgow and Ratledge are both lining up with the first team, but at what position?
Well, here's what it was in OTAs. It was Mahogany at left guard. More often than not, I saw this, I believe it was Tim Twentyman. Mahogany at left guard, Ratledge at center, Glasgow at right guard.
More often than not, but
More
they
often
did. They did get
Well, yeah, I mean, you got Frazier,
Glasgow had
You
reps
got-
at center.
Frazier, Owasika, Neese, Manu, other guys that could be a factor here, and I'm sure it's going to be straight up experiment, and because it's about finding the best three, and there's some positional flexibility. So
So I want to hear about how quickly, if it's Ratledge at center, how quickly is he able to pick up the offense where he's able to call the coverages? And that's a great question. Maybe I should ask. It's not a great question just because I asked it, but if maybe it's something to ask John Jansen about is that part of the game that translates easiest from college to pro, an offensive lineman being able to call out protections because you've been doing it. If in the case of Tate Ratledge, I mean, he was a guard, not a center, but you're kind of knowing what that's going to be about from one level to the next. You see different defenses, but is that the
I think
hardest
it's a
part
lot to
pick
put
up?
on a rookie.
Probably is.
But this at this point, you know what I wouldn't be shocked if he's really good, and if he's really good from day one, because if I take a look at Brad Holmes' track record, I have faith that they are finding good players, and he's not going to hit on all of them. But if you ask me right now, will Ratledge be a starter and actually help this team this coming year? I would argue yes. And it's because of my faith in Brad Holmes and his ability. What we're asking of a rookie interior offensive lineman isn't easy. But I just keep thinking about who's the guy that brought him in here. And the guy who brought him in here has done one hell of a job at finding talent and bringing it in. 248-539-9797. You want to keep talking Lions? We can do so. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Gator, today is National Earl Day.
I'm sorry, National what?
Earl Day. So hello to all the Earls out there.
Oh, I thought it was like oil, but by a way that people pronounce it funny when I say Earl.
Okay.
Another quarter Earl. What?
No, just straight up Earl.
Earl?
Yeah, isn't like the person, like a dude named Earl. Although, let me ask you a question.
Like the aforementioned Earl Weaver from last hour?
Yeah. You don't see a lot of Earl anymore, do you?
No. Remember in elementary school, there was a kid named Earl. Also had a kid in my class who came to our school in 6th grade. His name was Erling. Was his first name. God, he was wicked smart.
Really?
Guy was so smart. I think he ended up going to MIT. Yeah, but other than that, I can't think of any Earls in my lifetime.
Yeah, I don't know that but remember last week we had the story, maybe this is the story about David Beckham getting knighted?
Yes, Sir David.
Yeah. There's also like a position of Earl, isn't there?
Well, there were dukes. There was the Duke of Earl.
So you're not an Earl, you're a Duke?
I think it's a Duke, yeah.
Okay. What is the difference between a Duke and a knight?
Again, I don't know. Knight is being honored by the monarchy, and a Duke is just a
Real
position.
quick, are you making this up, or do you really know this?
Does it sound good enough?
It sounds pretty good.
I think a Duke it's a position.
Like a job?
It was, yeah. I don't know
You
if
get
they
hired
still,
as
I don't know if
you
they
get
still
hired
have
as a Duke?
Dukes.
That'd be a sweet job. What are you doing?
I'm a
applying.
Duke.
I'm applying. For what? I want to be a Duke. Be a Duke?
I think it's an appointment. Yeah, whereas
Well, wait. What's a knight?
a knight that's an honor. Honor to be a knight.
Not an appointment?
No, and
There's
you're
no-
actually
so-
working. You're not
okay.
working as a knight in today's. Sir Elton John isn't like It's not like he's back in the back with Marcy making some brownies for everybody to enjoy for the day
Well, I
while
don't know
they're
what
doing
a
the
knight-
accounting work.
You just run around doing knight things. Is that a
No, I think it's
Not
an
a thing.
honor that's bestowed on you for a certain body of work or service that you.
But if you're an Earl or a
I don't
Duke,
think it's
if you're a Duke, if you're a Duke, it's a job.
I believe so.
Okay. I really
Or
hope you
was
made
a
I
job.
really hope you made this up because it's a spectacular explanation, the difference between a Duke and a knight.
A duke is a male title of nobility or royalty, typically the highest rank below prince or king.
Well, if you told me a knight and gave me the same definition, that would sound like the same thing. But
Well, I mean, when you're knighted, you just become sir, right? So it's just, again, it's more honorary. This isn't honorary.
no, a knight. This is, I guess,
In some contexts, a duke can be a sovereign ruler of a duchy or duchy. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. D-U-C-H-Y. You pass on the left-hand side, is what I remember. While in others, they are members of the nobility. The term duke comes from the Latin word dux, meaning leader, and it has historically been associated with military commanders and provincial governors. So it's a position.
Okay, according a Google search here, and I don't know that you said this. Apparently, Duke is generally hereditary. It can be passed down through the family, primarily
Well, it
to
makes
the oldest
sense.
son.
It's a title of nobility or royalty, which would indicate that.
So if my dad were a Duke, I could be a Duke. My
Yeah.
oldest son could be a Duke.
Well, you can
We
hope.
just keep passing along. Whereas a knight, it's conferred for exceptional service or achievement such as military valor or other distinguished accomplishments. So what?
I mean, did I do all right with it?
I think you did all right, yeah. What would be, to make a case for you to be a knight, what is your most distinguished accomplishment?
Conquering the world of midday radio.
Is that what we would call what we're doing over here?
Conquering. Just conquering.
Gotcha. All right, Champ and Chump, Champ Brad Marchand for the goals. Chump Brad Marchand.
That or my calves. But
Okay, yeah.
outside of that.
Champ Brad Marchand for the goals. Chump Brad Marchand because he's an effing ratty little Brad Marchand.
True.
Yep. Champ, the duo of Canely and Vest. Chump, the Steelers signing Aaron Rodgers. That's a good chump.
Canely and Vest, yeah, that is a great chump. I'm pissed.
It's a great champ, actually.
Yeah, but I'm more impressed with the chump, and now I'm pissed I didn't think of it myself.
Yeah.
What Canely and Vest have done has been spectacular this year. Just they're called on to do the job, and they do the job. And Will Vest has an ERA of 1.67. He's got a whip of 0.93. And when he needs to dial up that fastball, he can do it. Get in the high 90s and doing it. And he's not your prototypical closer, but he's acting like one. He's done a great job with his team. 10 saves on the year. Tommy Canely has 8 saves on the year. Has an ERA of 1.26 and a whip of 0.73. And has kind of rediscovered a mid-90s fastball. These two guys together at the end of games, they've been great. Knock on wood, it continues.
Well, Canely, when he was signed in the offseason, I think there were a few people that kind of like, this could be a really good addition. But for most people, it was a who? Vest is a shortstop from Stephen F. Austin, who didn't pitch till his last year there. It's crazy how that's worked out. He's been really, really good.
Yeah, well, if you can find a 98-mile-an-hour fastball from a shortstop, go ahead and convert him into a pitcher.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so, right? That's worked out really, really well. I mean, there are other guys at the bullpen. I'm going to guess that if I had to predict right now, I will make a prediction. And it's not particularly bold-ass, but the Tigers will acquire a bullpen arm at the trade deadline.
Yes, I agree with you that will happen. Right now, they have 3 guys that are real reliable out of the bullpen in the aforementioned Vest and Canely. And the other being Brant Herter. He's done a great job. Mm-hmm. Big lefty, just gets guys out. He's only given up 23 hits and 9 walks in the 33 innings. And his earned run average is 1.62. He's getting the job done.
Yeah.
And they need more of that because as the season progresses, we're going to find out if guys like Chase Lee are going to be around here for the whole season here. You got off to a good start in the last couple of outings, maybe not so great. Bo Brisky can dial up a fastball in the high 90s, and you're like, where did that come from? But is it a hittable pitch? Is he going to stay here? Brebbia, I don't have too much confidence in. And Hannafy.
Well, I want to ask you about him. Do you know how long it's been since he's had just a clean inning?
Feels like it's been a while.
I think it's 12 appearances. He has given up he's given up hits in 11 of his last 12 appearances. The one that he didn't give up a hit, he walked 2. So it's been a long time.
He's got a whip of 1.42, which is not good. It's certainly not ideal, but if he's the second to last or last pitcher in the roster, then that's kind of what you're expecting. But this is why I totally expect this team to go out and find other bullpen arms by the trade deadline.
248-539-9797, but solid. Whoever sent this in, I wish you signed it. The duo of Canely and Vest is the champ, and the Steelers for signing Aaron Rodgers is a chump. Solid votes there. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Regarding MIS, the race was packed. Great turnout. Driver vendors were selling out of merchandise. Next one. MIS was jam-packed full of fans. The infield was full of campers. So that was because, hey, man, I haven't seen the buzz or heard the buzz, but I wondered if it was because I've unplugged a little bit from NASCAR over the years, and it sounds like it's still going strong. I was at MIS yesterday, and the crowd was insane. Jam-packed, biggest crowd I've seen in recent years. NASCAR is doing just fine. Okay, good. Boys, the crowds are definitely smaller than they used to be. Our daughter lives a half mile from the track, and we were there yesterday. Some of the lots were completely empty and not as many campers as there used to be. That's from Rich working at home. So mixed reviews there. Yeah, NASCAR race at MIS. We don't have a NASCAR arrow in our quiver.
Wow.
Yeah. We do have an interesting analogy, I guess I pulled out of nowhere, but we're not big NASCAR
guys. You're still
guys.
Thinking along the lines of Dukes and Knights.
I am. Anyway, I'm just interested into whether or not people are, if it's still what it once was. Because I'm given. I was out there 3 days on race weekends for a better part of a decade.
No, but I'm with you, though. I feel like NASCAR isn't as big as it once was.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean it's not still big. It just feels like it's not as big.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. Last hour to do so. What was your favorite part of the Tiger weekend? I gave mine earlier in the show. Gator has his. What was your absolute favorite part of the 3-game series? On the field, off the field, in the stands, around the park, whatever it was for you, what did you enjoy the most and make you say, man, this is awesome? Tigers and Cubs. Tigers take 2 of 3. What did you like the most? We'll give you ours today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin. All that's a sign that your water score needs to be better. Improve your water score like we did in our house by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with a purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. Remember this. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. You don't want to be that. 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. Okay, I need to make a correction. There is no mini camp tomorrow. I thought there was mini camp tomorrow, but there's no mini camp tomorrow.
Later in the week?
I think because of the Hall of Fame game. Remember that whole thing? They've changed around the schedule. So maybe there was schedule. I don't know how we got this bad information, but we have bad information. And for that, I just felt like we need to make the correction. And I can redo my chump.
You want to just add to it?
Yeah, I'll double down on me being the chump. So apologies. 248-539-9797. Jared in Waterford just sent us this. Talk about the Panthers, man. Come on, just 10 minutes. We need to keep this league alive. Jared, feel free to call in. This is what we do. We call open lines. I have not watched the Panthers. And maybe it's a hole in our game. I'm so locked in on what's going on with the Tigers right now. But I do watch stuff that I know we're not going to talk about. I suspect we're not going to talk a lot of college baseball, but I watch a lot of that too. So maybe I need to sample the Panthers. Jared, if you love it, tell us why. I struggle mightily with games being played in empty stadiums. I feel like it just sucks the life right out of it. Like when the MLS, remember when MLS was trying to come to Detroit and they were talking about building a stadium? The moment that bid switched from, we're going to have our own stadium to, we're going to play in Ford Field, I knew it was dead. Because if you're not going to have a full stadium or anywhere close to it, it looks like you're watching a practice. And maybe that doesn't really matter for some people. I struggle when you're in a giant stadium and nobody's there. I really wish they'd retrofit Wayne State or Eastern Michigan or some other football stadium and put some few million in it and just say, hey, we're going to create the modern, small minor league football stadium, because minor league baseball is charming and fun, and it's in the right size stadium, and it's the reason why the USPBL is packed out. Now, given we don't talk a lot about the USPBL, but I don't. You say talk about it for 10 minutes. I don't have 10 minutes of material on the UFL. I apologize. I don't. Do you?
No, I don't. But I just think it's, if you've tuned in and watched it, and again, because I'm sort of parachuting into it, because it's not the standalone league that the USFL was when we were kids, when that came out in the 80s. It was different. That was, I don't want to be derogatory about it with what it is now, but that was like real football. It didn't feel like this was any kind of an exhibition, and now it sort of does. And I understand it. I'm not here to belittle it, because it is what it is. Now what the league has become is an opportunity for people to showcase what they can do if they've been fringe players that were cut in the NFL, to try to get noticed again. Or if these were players that played in college that didn't get drafted, didn't get signed to practice squads, that they can showcase themselves to try to get hooked up for some of these roster spots. And when this season is done in a week,
yeah,
you're going to see a lot of these players get signed to NFL teams for practice squad, for just frankly, just for roster purposes before they have to cut down to 53. And some of these guys are going to end up making that 53 roster. It's all part of it. It feels like now it's a minor league feeder system compared to what we had before, which was actual competitive professional football with top athletes participating in it, which is what the USFL was for a few brilliant years.
I mean,
until some guy decided, let's compete with the NFL. What a brilliant decision that was.
So dumb. They were selling out the Silverdome, man.
I know.
In retrospect, that's amazing to me.
I mean, you go back and think, it's I don't know. I don't want to wax poetic about how great that those teams were and how much fun they were to watch, but they really were. And this, I want to be able to latch on and really appreciate this team. But the way that this whole league started, where all games were played in Birmingham, Alabama, and then they decided to have the Ford Field was going to act as a home stadium and a home venue for a couple of different teams, including the Panthers. It's interesting how it's worked out. It's just not. It's not really the football you're expecting. It's not college football. It's a step below that in my mind, because there's no pomp and circumstance about it. What it is it's like training camp.
248-539-9797. Let's go to George in center line. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, George.
Hi, how you guys doing?
We're great. Thank you.
So I happened to be watching the game yesterday, and the running back, I can't even think of the guy's name. He had 3 touchdowns, right?
Yeah.
Well, he had 9 all year, but he was cut like twice from the team. And they, when he got the phone call, he was washing golf carts at some golf course.
Yeah, there's some crazy stories with these guys.
So that's all I wanted to share that.
No, it's fine. Somebody mentioned him a little bit earlier. I don't know his name either, but that's really cool. And I mean, Jake Bates was selling bricks, right?
Yeah.
All right, keep your radio off when you call 248-539-9797.
So it's Toa is the player's name. He played in 7 games this year and had 356 yards rushing and 6 touchdowns. And then he had 3 touchdowns in the game yesterday.
Sweet. Dave in Clinton Township.
Sweet.
Dave in Clinton Township. Hi, Dave.
Hey, what's up going, guys? This is first in a long time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, the Michigan Panthers, man, they're going to the championship. I have took my kids twice this season. Love the atmosphere. It's friendly with the kids downtown Detroit at Ford Field. Meeting Pablo, the mascot, the Panther mascot, was fun. And it's a great family event.
So I'm interested, and I could see, I bet the price is right, and that's not something to sneeze at. That's actually pretty awesome. You say you love you love the atmosphere, and that's where I would struggle. Is there an atmosphere?
Oh, for sure. It's loud in the atmosphere for the kids. I have a 6 and 9-year-old that just trying to get used to the game, and being down there with the players and the mascot, it's just fun with the kids and the adults too. We also had some fans from out of town from Texas gather with us too. That from other cities, they come to Detroit as well and admire our city as well and Ford Field.
Well, that's cool. I'm glad you've had a good experience, and I'm sure it's family friendly in terms of price point.
Now, here's something I don't know. I don't know the answer to. Maybe somebody has the answer to this, because I've noticed this about this league, and it's with regards to the quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Just looking at the stats for the Michigan Panthers.
Yep.
Bryce Perkins played in 7 games. Danny Etling played in 8 games, and Rocky Lombardi played in 2 games. But that's a lot of games between the 2 quarterbacks, let alone to throw a third in there who actually got a couple games. I remember watching one of the Rocky Lombardi games where he was going to start. But is it a rotation as opposed to here's our starting quarterback, here's our starting player? Do they just rotate guys? Because, again, you're basically auditioning for an NFL job. Like, hey, you've played 3 games, that's good enough to start. We're going to start the other guy. Or I'm not sure how that works, but it doesn't seem like any one guy is ever there long enough to establish himself as being a star of the league.
That would seem awfully weird if they were doing that, but 248-539-9797. Michael's in Hillsdale and next. Hello, Michael.
How you guys doing this afternoon?
Good.
All right.
I just want to do my champ and chump.
Yep.
I'd like to champ myself for getting my first ever hole-in-one over the weekend.
Wow.
There we go.
Congratulations.
All right, what happened?
I was 165 uphill into the wind. Nice little 7-iron, 1 bouncer right in the cup.
Nice job.
And so you said it was uphill. Did you see it go in?
At first, I didn't think it went in, but my whole group was going nuts. And then we drove up there, and there was no ball on the green, and we all started saying, "It's in, it's in, it's in."
That's awesome. Good for you. And who's your chump?
I'm going to do the seats behind home plate at Comerica. I mean, we couldn't even tell it was a sold-out stadium over the weekend. It was so empty.
Okay, what day did you watch?
Friday and Saturday.
Okay. I actually thought yesterday it was pretty reasonably attended.
I agree with that, but it seemed like Friday and Saturday was really empty.
Yeah. I mean, there's a weird dynamic with that because, first of all, a lot of those specialty seats come with things that draw you away from the game. Oh, there's the buffet, and there's the bar, and there's this entertainment area, and here's a leather couch and a big screen TV, and the bathroom's right there, and all that. But they don't have it done yet. So I think it's called the Home Plate Club, and isn't their entertainment area kind of a bit of a hike away from where It's going to be?
I think, yeah, for right now, it's a temporary type thing, and because they're still constructing it, but they want to get the seats done first.
Mm-hmm.
And the seats are fantastic. They're heated seats, they're cooled seats, depending on what the weather is like outside. Obviously, they have people that come to you if you want to place an order for some food or whatever. And I mean, there's lots of amenities for it, but it's nowhere near what it's going to be
Right.
when it's fully operational. It'll be a totally different Death Star.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback, more your Champ and Chump votes. Hey, FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals starting up this week. And now, if you want to make a smarter play with new performance trends, basically they keep track of what everybody's doing right there on the website, so you don't have to leave their website or their app. You can get the latest stats right inside, see who's heating up. And after they tip off, you can combine live prop bets into same-game parlay. I don't do a lot of same-game parlays, I'll be honest with you, but I do take advantage of the profit boosts, and I do take advantage of their no-sweat bets because just it's good, make the odds better in your favor when you get to a no-sweat bet and profit boost. But here's the thing. Right now, if you haven't joined FanDuel yet, go to FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find a heavy favorite on the money line. Bet them to win outright. Then you won't get a big return on your $5, but you get the $200 in bonus bets, and you can play with that however you want. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Exciting weekend down at Comerica Park. Best record in baseball. I mean, the resume just keeps strengthening with who they're beating and how they're doing it. There's things that aren't going well. Like, hey, what's happened to Andy Ibanez? Well, he's down at Toledo to work it out. Some of these guys in the bullpen, they're getting in trouble, getting out of it. Some of them aren't as much. There's things that can be better. And yet you got to figure, factually, all of the problems that we see on our Tiger team, any problems that we do see, and the problems are far outnumbered by what's going well, but everybody else in baseball's problems have been worse so far. So it's great. And it was 120,000 plus fans for the 3 games, which is awesome. And it feels like we're on the brink of what is going to be a great baseball summer with a competitive team and a hungry fan base. And it's going to be good. Last year was not a great baseball summer that resulted in a playoff spot, but it just was in fact, it was probably the worst baseball summer we've had in years because the plug got pulled on the TV deal and games weren't even on our screens. Unless you got the app, which I know some people did. But 248-539-9797. Unnamed texter says, I'm not going to the ballpark, guys. I love my TV and my money. That's fine.
Nice. Birchie did say this in one of his tweets. He said 3 straight sellouts in June. That's the first time since 2013.
That's cool.
So we got people who are complaining about, nobody can show up. Well, I mean, for the first time since 2013, that's 12 years ago that they've had 3 straight sellouts in the month of June. I suspect we're going to have plenty more that are coming up because the weather is turning and this is the best team in baseball and people are going to want to come down and see them.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ray in Sterling Heights. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Ray.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Great show.
Thank you.
Go Tigers for sure. It's a wonderful season. Whatever happens, it's great. My champ, I got to give it to my son, Brad Allard. He got his first hole-in-one at Twin Lakes, 146-yard, 9-iron during his company outing. And I asked him about his credit card.
You have to buy around for everybody?
That's a stupid rule. They should be getting us drunk when we get a hole-in-one. And the chump, of course, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, and Ben Steelers. I mean, he's such a chump anyway.
There you go.
Yep.
I can argue with
that. Yeah.
Yep. Good for your son. God, that must have been contagious this weekend. I got a text from Hoffman.
Did he drop another foul ball? What happened?
No, he was playing with McCullough, and McCullough hit one.
McCullough?
Yeah.
Not McCullough.
McCullough did, yeah. Let me just say, when it comes to when our hockey trips, when we go play golf together, I would put McCullough in my peer group.
Yeah?
Yep. So I was very
He can
proud
play?
of it. What?
He can play?
I said I'd put him in my peer group.
Oh, in your peer. I'm sorry. In the way. Well, of course he can play at your level.
Mm-hmm. No.
You've never been in part of a foursome that saw a hole-in-one?
No, I've never seen one.
I haven't either. My dad saw one.
Yeah.
Up at Chestnut Valley, he was playing in a years ago, like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Some guy, I think it was the 17th hole, someone did a hole-in-one there.
I said something about hole-in-ones once on this air. I took grief for weeks. I said I'd rather get a 3 on a par 5 than hit a hole-in-one.
You'd rather have an eagle than a hole-in-one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you deserve grief for that.
Because to me, an eagle would imply I'm playing good golf because it'd probably be 3 good shots as opposed to just 1. And I can't string good shots together.
I've had 3 eagles in my life.
Yeah.
And out of the 3, I don't know if any of them were strung 3 straight great shots.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I suppose you can get a hole-in-one by pulling it and hits a tree and rolls onto the green and goes in, and that's not a great shot. But
do you still feel that way, that you'd rather have an eagle?
Yeah. Yep. And again, the golf crowd thinks this is the dumbest take ever. And I'm like, look, you can have your hole-in-one. I'll take my 3 straight good shots.
In fairness, I don't think it's just the golf crowd.
Okay, fine. The seats behind home plate always look empty on TV. It is embarrassing. Okay. I remember when Yankee Stadium first opened up and they had these high-priced seats, the cushioned, leather seats behind home plate. They were always empty, and Yankee fans were complaining about that. Is it searching for the right price point? Is it they're never going to be full because it's going to be like the Olympia Room crowd at Red Wing games? High profile, visible seats where you're always getting recruited away from your seats to take advantage of the buffet or the bringing out the cheesecake and, you know.
Well, in fairness with the Olympia Club, at least people would come back to their seats.
Eventually.
The new clubs they have at LCA, it makes it really enticing to just stay in the club and watch the game there because it's like Olympia Club is almost like, okay, time to go back to your seats. You know, you can take your drink with you to the seat. But here it's like they got tables set up. Everything is, I mean, they did Olympic Club too. But
I guess I'd like to roll with that crowd more often to know what it's like to be one of the highfalutins, but I'm not. So it's hard for me to speak from experience.
I mean, there's something said for having all those amenities. Is fantastic. But in the end, I want to watch the game.
Yeah.
Like I'll get to the game early if I had if so.
Yeah, let's get the
Fortunate
cheesecake early in the game.
Yeah, and then I'll get there an hour before game time, fuel up on all the food I need to eat, and then I'll go back occasionally and grab a drink.
248-539-9797. Mike in Ferndale says, why can't the Michigan Panthers play at the new DCFC stadium? Seems like a good fit. Maybe it will be. But I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and say I've got the solution to making it more attractive, or I'm just telling you what I struggle with, which is any sporting event played in an empty stadium, and you could probably get a lot of fans at Ford Field and it'll still look empty because it's so oversized. If you have a DCFC stadium that seats, I don't know, 15, 20,000, whatever it is,
it's going to look a lot better than getting
better.
15 or 20,000 in a stadium that only seats 65.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Detroit. You're next. Hello, John.
Hi.
Hey.
Big fan of the UFL. They've got the perfect time, Friday evening, Saturday afternoon, Saturday night.
Cool.
There's no other sports competition. They're on Fox, and they run back kickoffs, and they had a lot of sideline talk that's very interesting, listening in on what the coaches are saying and stuff like that. I love it.
I think from a broadcasting standpoint, watching it on TV, there's a lot to like. I mean, you get to hear the conversation that goes on with the officials on the field with Mike Pereira up in the booth to determine if it's, if they need to have an infraction on the field or not. You hear those discussions all throughout. It's pretty cool, that part.
When you say there's no competition, isn't there Tiger games at the same time?
Yeah, well, it's hard to find them on TV.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
I mean, there's like one game every other week that's on a streaming service, but I mean, Friday night they were on Apple. That is true, but what is it? How many of those games are streamed all year?
Yeah, not many. So this year, the Panthers played yesterday. Was it hard to find the Tigers yesterday?
No.
Okay. I mean, unless you want to watch the Brahmas take on the Showboats. Or whoever played.
Don't the Brahmas suck?
Probably.
Okay. Jim in Farmington Hills, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. How are you? I love the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just calling in because there's been a fair amount of talk about why there's so many empty seats behind Comerica Park, home plate.
Home plate, yeah.
Yeah, and so I work in a profession where I have some really wealthy clients, and I can tell you, like, some of those seats are people who buy 4 or 6, and they really just use them kind of as favors or thank yous and kind of dole them out, but they're not necessarily even baseball fans. I've sat there before, but it's just because I asked for tickets, and now I get 6 tickets. So I think a lot of them are just probably kind of handed out by people, and they're not necessarily diehard baseball fans and I don't know if it's necessarily a price issue. Like in this case, they don't really care what they cost. They're not using them for themselves.
Okay, when you say you asked for tickets, so you got them, so you've got the hookup for free tickets.
Yeah, but I only use it once a year or so because I don't want to seem to be greedy.
No, smart. No, it's cool to have the hookup. I just wondered how you were able to just ask and get them. Would you ever pay for those tickets?
Probably, but I actually like the terrace sections the best but I would, but probably not face price
Okay. All
for
right,
the behind the seats. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of votes for Chump. I mean, this is it's a time where eyeballs are on the Tigers. Maybe some people are just noticing for the first time that they even added that section. But let's hope that they find the right price point so they are people always sold out and people sitting in every seat. I thought it was a good crowd yesterday in that area, but it's getting a lot of attention for the apparently Thursday and Friday. And I didn't notice Friday, and I was mostly listening Saturday because we were doing stuff and had a wedding to go to. But 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you are ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They got auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5% APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. This is really going to appeal to my son, who's in the market for buying his first car with his own money. And I'm going to make sure he goes to UMCU to get that loan that he needs. Applying is easy online or at a branch. Their team is with you every step of the way. Same great rate applies to both new and used cars. Don't wait. Limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org and get started. Insured by NCUA. So, Gator, just to be factual here, the highest crowd ever at a Michigan Panthers game back in the day was a playoff game against the Oakland Invaders, 60,237 at the Silverdome. And then they pulled off, and who knows how many of these tickets were actually sold.
Mm-hmm.
They went and played in the USFL championship game at a neutral site against a team from Philly. They played in Denver in front of 50,906 people. Announced attendance. That's pretty incredible. And I'm looking at the second year after they won the championship, and their home crowds, 44,000, 43,000, 42,000. Like they were getting 40+ thousand.
Which is filling it up halfway.
Yep.
Because Silverdome would hold 82,000 people.
Yep.
But it was a different brand of football.
Yep.
You had guys that would go on and play in the NFL that the NFL was going to draft. Clearly. I mean, there's a long list of players that were quite good in the USFL that had Hall of Fame careers in the NFL.
Unnamed texter Brad Marchand has changed for me. He used to be a dirty scumbag cheater, but now I don't see that in him anymore.
Is he just a dirty scumbag?
I don't know. Should I give Brad Marchand another chance and watch him and see if he's a gentlemanly player? Should I do that?
I would say watch the game anyway because it's going to be exciting hockey. You've got 2 games in. We're split, and both games have gone to overtime. So pretty good postseason as far as postseasons go in any sport.
Yep. Champ is Flaherty, solid outing. Chump are those seats behind home plate. Sellout crowd with empty seats looks horrible. That's from Nick in Highland.
Looks horrible on TV. If you're at the ballpark, you don't care about the people that aren't there behind home plate. What you're seeing is the other 40,000 people that are all throughout the rest of the stadium.
Yeah, I guess in general, I'm not worried about the aesthetics of what the looks like on the broadcast. But the truth is, when they opened that stadium in New York and they had the leather-bound seats that smelled of rich mahogany behind home plate, and they were empty, it got written and talked about a lot.
Yeah.
Sam in Grand Rapids says, highlight of the Tiger weekend was watching my 3 kids light up when they got to get Jake Rogers and Jahmai Jones autographed before the game on the concourse. Hats off to the Tigers and the way they do their kids' day. Great experience from start to finish for us. Very cool. I almost guarantee Jair Alexander ends up somewhere else in the NFC North just because that seems to happen with every single disgruntled Packers player. They always end up in Detroit, Chicago, or Minnesota like clockwork. Signed, a Packers fan.
Well, we'll see. I know there are players that are lobbying for Jair already. Devontae Adams is lobbying for him to go to the Rams. There was I saw something on Twitter about, hey, with Jalen Ramsey probably not being with the Dolphins, what do you say you come on down to the Dolphins?
Yeah.
There'll be a place for him. But you're taking a risk. Guy's been hurt a ton in the last 4 years. In fact, he's only played 14 games in the last 2 years. When he's healthy, he's good.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
But he's also playing a position where you're always getting hurt.
And it's hard to convince if there's not... Look, he might say, I'll start in Detroit no matter what. They have Terrion Arnold, who they have a lot invested in, and they think is going to be a really good player, and they have faith in him, and they just signed DJ Reed. Is going and getting Jair Alexander reasonable, or is that somewhat overkill? And, people might say, whatever, go get him if he's going to help you win. And I understand that attitude. Just keep in mind, he's probably going to be looking somewhere where he's more needed to come in and absolutely, without question, start right away. But then again, he might think that he would do that in Detroit.
But in the NFL, you've got outside corners and you have slot corners nowadays. So you're starting typically 3 corners in a game. This is where the Lions' depth comes into play. This is why you have Ennis Rakestraw, why you have Amik Robertson, and why you signed others. Remember there was the free agent signs they signed right off the bat, which are guys that are past their prime, but they're there for just this purpose, to add depth.
248-539-9797. Jim is in Walled Lake and next. Hello, Jim.
Hello, fella.
What's up?
I just, not to change the subject, but do you guys have a handle on this court ruling about paying the players?
Little bit.
I was talking to some people. I was talking to some folks earlier. They said this has no effect on the NIL money.
No, it's above and beyond NIL.
So you can still pay with NIL money and now with the school's money?
Now the schools can pay as well, yes. There's a lot of money out there for the high-end players. I would say that I could be wrong on this. My instinct tells me the bulk of student athletes, this will not have a major impact on. The high-end student athlete, it will. And it also, I mean, walk-on spots are being wiped out. They're getting rid of them. Roster sizes are being reduced. You know, it's really good if you're a high-end college prospect now. It's really good. But it's not good.
Money in the,
it's not good for some
people.
people.
More money in the pot, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and it's going to go to the high-end players. Maybe some schools they'll have more. It'll get spread out, but Jim, I don't know, man. I think that there was, if you're going to make a case that the system took advantage of the student athletes in the past, you could probably make a pretty decent case for that. Now, I thought the system was rather rewarding, but I guess not everybody values the education. Of course, these are universities that are there to educate students. And
I got the idea that they still don't want to call them employees because then that puts them on workers' comp if they get injured.
And you get in unions and
there's all types of other hurdles to clear. But it also is this. I mean, if you're a college football player, let's just use football as an example because this is where the bulk of the money comes from, right?
Yep.
If you still get a scholarship,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So if you're some player that is you've been on the roster for 4 years, but you've just been a backup player, but you're on the roster, you're still getting your education paid for at the very least, which is great. Now, it might suck in the meantime that you see your teammates are out there and, oh, this guy's got $1 million contract. This guy's got a $4 million contract. This guy's, he just made $300,000 in NIL this year alone. That can suck, but the consolation prize is you're not paying for school.
Yeah. Now, all those walk-ons that no longer have a place to play, sucks for them. And I kind of wonder if we moved into the period where it maybe not fan abuse, because I don't think it's fan abuse. It's not that. But I'm starting to think that they're pushing fans away from the sport, or at least pushing them away from much of the reason they fell in love with the sport, because it was free of the wranglings of business. And there's less familiarity with rosters because there's constant change up. I don't know. We'll see how it shakes out, but I hope the rules stay the same for me, which is Saturdays roll around and I love it. But JT in Detroit, what's up, JT?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I wanted to get my champ and chump votes in.
Yes.
My champ is Frank Ragnow, going out on the terms that he went out on, which were his own terms. Being the Hall of Famer player that he was for the Lions for all those years that he played, he'll surely get that recognition. My chump is the Canadian wildfires, to name an inanimate object chump. The air quality downtown for the baseball games the past several days was horrible. And I was talking to some Cubs fans after yesterday's game, and they weren't aware that the wildfires were the Canadian wildfires. They just thought it was something going on with the way Detroit was polluting its own air. So that was unfortunate to hear from them. But, yeah, those are my votes.
Yeah.
Well, they'll figure it out when they return home.
The thing about it is for me, I got outside. I actually exercised a little bit this weekend, and the air quality I didn't notice. It was just a constant haze. Everything was hazy all weekend. And on top of that, there's a lot of damage being done. Let's hope they get that under control relatively soon. Making his way in studio is Rico Beard. Hello, Rico.
Hey, guys. Well, good for you, Doug. I felt the air.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
For the past week or so.
I think it was better in some areas and worse in others, but anyway, how are you today?
Yeah, apparently it all settled in my living room. So I was like, okay.
That's funny.
It's not where you want it to be.
It was not until I saw the thing on TV, and I'm like, that's why I've been feeling so miserable lately. So,
what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we got a couple things planned. One is a funny topic.
Okay.
Funny haha?
Funny haha. but it's advice that we can give to make sure that Kenny starts his life on a good note.
Starts his life.
The next stage.
Next stage of his life. Okay.
Next stage of his life.
This is like relationship advice or something.
This is relationship advice.
All right, let's go.
So yeah, we just want to some do's and don'ts.
All right. Good.
Some please don't do this.
Okay.
This works.
All right.
Continue,
well, see if we can help young Kenny.
Yeah.
Is he
needs help.
Yeah. Does Kenny need help?
I don't know if he needs help. Does Kenny want help?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing.
Probably not.
And then, is it based off of this past weekend, is it time for the robo umps? Let's just go.
You're ready to go all ABS?
Let's just go full all in.
I will say the system they implemented in spring training was one of the best. I thought one of the best from a fan's perspective, replay systems in any sport ever. Quick, and it looked definitive. Whether or not it was, it really presented as definitive.
Commissioner says they're going to bring it to a vote this offseason, so I think it's going to happen.
Have a great show, Rico.
All right.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
the newly engaged Kenny Cott? Question mark? Miracles do happen, people. Somebody decided to marry that thing. Oh, my God. All right, now listen, we'll get to it in the 4 o'clock. You don't have a flag, so you can't throw what you don't have. We have a very busy show planned, Enrico. I want to start out, but it's going to be different.
Okay.
I know the rest of the station is doing golly gee, that was fun 2-4-8. I'm not here for it. It was a very nice series against the
Tigers
Cubs.
win the mid-season World Series.
Right. I don't think every series is a referendum. The Tigers are a really good baseball team. One problem, it's June 9th. So we're not going to psychoanalyze every game. But this weekend did show me something. And this weekend, something jumped out at me. And I just think it is clear as day. We got to get rid of MLB umps. I mean, and I'm going to give you this presentation. Now, whether you're a Tiger fan, a Cub fan, look, when Jason Benetti, who's as Kremlin as it gets, tells you the Cubs got boned about 17 times, and Andy Dirks is like, yuppers, you know it's bad. Here's my point. It's all over baseball. Here are the reasons you need to get rid of MLB umps, and we must have robot umps. I'm going to give you 2 choices. You have to take one of these, okay? In your magenta shirt?
Sure.
Question mark? So listen. Reason number 1, you got to get rid of MLB umps. They're bitches. You got to get rid of these guys. If I were Craig Counsell, I would have punched that guy yesterday for throwing Nico Horner out of the game. I mean, first of all, you missed the call. Own it. You know you missed the call. Second of all, you throw a guy out for going, man, you're having a bad day. He didn't call his mom a hooer. He said, you're having a bad day. That's one. I'm not here to watch umps. I'm here to watch players. I don't like looking at umps. I don't like their faces. 2, they're objectively bad at their job. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. They're bad. Has pitch framing made it any easier? No. But they're bad, Rico. When I'm watching a game, look, I'm not trying to overstate this, but there will come a point this year, and Tiger fans have already bitched a lot for a fan base that's 20 games over 500. They cost you games. Singular missed calls.
Right.
Shifting at bat. Do you know the difference between a 2-1 count and a 1-2 count in the expected outcome? Mm-hmm. It's massive. Much less when you get a bad strike 3 call. They're bad at their job. 3, it's all about if you watch the games on TV. The pitch framing has ruined the ability to watch a baseball game. Rico, here, throw me the ball. Ah! Ball's out here. Ah! It's right here. I'm just kidding. Ah! No, stop. You can't even watch a game because I feel like there should be a glow puck. Kenny, it should be like Fox hockey in the 90s. Hey, Kenny, throw me the ball. Oh, it's right down the middle. No, it's not. Your hand was out here. It's right down the middle. I can't take anymore. You see guys scooping a ball out of the dirt and bringing it up, and it's like, come on, man. What kind of 3-card money is this?
He's trying to sell it to the ump.
The pitch framing is killing television viewing. Here's the last part. I give you 2 solutions. Choose your own adventure. Okay? 1, robot umps. Full stop. We're done. Get rid of these idiots and just have robot umps. Red light is a strike. Green light is a ball. What are you going to do? Argue with Johnny 5? Done. It takes away the pitch framing. We're just where we are. You can't fool the machine. Or choice B. We keep these bloated idiots, but we institute what they're doing in the minors. The challenge system. Now, you know where I stand. I can't do any more challenges, any more reviews, any more little red bean bags. Can't do it. But if that's what you want, and Benetti brought this up, you can have it. Nico Horner could have challenged the call. He would have been right, and we move the game on. But we must pick one of the 2. Because the biggest takeaway, other than the Tigers are good at baseball, which is akin to saying boobs are fun, or the sky is blue, or water is wet. We have to do something about MLB umps. It is either robot or challenge system. You pick. Can't start next year this way. My prediction is they won't start next year this way. Rico Beard.
I would do the robot umps. I would just go ahead and, because the umpires, dude, they get the call wrong, and then it's almost like they try to go out of their way in the challenge to make sure they stay right. They're more about being right than getting the call right. Robot ump has no skin in the game. They're just going to make the right call. As you say, green light, it was a strike. Red light, it was a ball. And there it is. Plain and simple. It's very easy to go. Give me the robot umps.
Robot for Rico.
Yes.
Rico bot. Let's go to a Steve bot, and let's see what he has to say. Kenny, robot ump or the challenge system, as Benetti said. But one way, do you agree we have a problem, and how would you like to fix it? 248-539-9797, the newly engaged. Kenneth Cobb.
Oh, thank you. So I personally,
the Prince of Love.
Thank you,
Kenny Cobb.
You know what? Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm more of a
swordsman of passion.
Right,
Kenny Cobb.
Allow me to know when you are finished with this nonsense shtick.
Put your sword away. Let's just answer the question.
Oh, I'm trying. I'm trying to. Exactly. No, I'm a robo-ump guy, but also I feel like the base, and this is not going to sound great, but the baseball traditionalists are going to be big into the into not doing that. Mm-hmm. So I feel like the middle ground, the common ground we can find, the more realistic option is probably the challenge.
But do you agree with me? For any of my TV people, pitch framing's gotten out of control.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm wondering if maybe like how the umps are not like almost like feel like they're getting shown up.
They are,
because
it used to be nuanced.
Right. It used to be just a little, just
the
a touch.
skilled catchers could kind of just buy the extra inch or two. Now,
ball in the dirt, whoop,
woo, and you're like, okay, come on, man. Like, are there Batman sound effects for this?
It's too much. The realistic solution, I think, would be the challenge system, because I feel like it still allows the ump to make a call.
How many challenges a game? 1, 2, or 3?
3.
Okay, 3. David Hall. Is there a problem with umpiring in MLB, home plate? And how do you fix it? I've given you the 2 options.
Yeah, there's a major problem in umping right now, umpiring. So I'm going to go with option number 2. I'm going to go with the challenge system. And I agree with Kenny. It should be about 3 of them a game. That's what it should be. I don't care about traditionalists with the whole robot umpires. I'm okay with that. I just prefer the challenge system, and I think it eventually will actually move in the way of going towards umpires. There'll be so many wrong calls.
David, what if you just did a hybrid of the 2? I know that's not on the table, but when you do the appeal, the robot ump instantly, nope, I had called that as a strike. Okay, there we go. Keep the game moving.
Hold on, what was that?
No, when the umps do the appeal and they go to New York or wherever, what did the robo ump say? A robo ump said it was a strike. Then it's a strike.
How about a trap door with a fire pit underneath? And anytime they miss a call, it's like Austin Powers. You hit the button, trap door, dead. Ump's gone for the rest of the night. Robot only.
They should do that to the catcher for framing right now.
Sharks with lasers.
Laser. I can't do the pitch framing watching on TV is driving me bananas.
Because what I don't need is a 10-minute review. It should be very quickly. So,
okay,
if you're going to do the review challenge, man, I hate, we got to hold on, and stands there and looks like he's on the cell phone waiting on hold.
And I don't want, guys, this isn't just Cubs, Tigers, but when your broadcast team turn into Cubs sympathists, that tells you something. But here, forget about your series. Look at Yankees, Red Sox. Just kidding. Who the hell cares? I watched it. 2 Yankee rallies got killed by blown calls. Now, you don't deserve to win a game giving 11 runs up to the rat-ass Red Sox. My point remains. I can't take umpires anymore. I want the robot. I want the maid from the Jetsons. That's what I want behind home plate.
Rosie.
Gotcha. I want robot umps. I don't want to look at these people anymore. So where are you guys at? Because, guys, I'm sorry, but what I'm not, you know how we operate on this show. You can be both very excited about the Tigers start, but not every game requires the extended next day postgame show. The other shows can do it. We're not. It's not a referendum. Just like it's not a referendum the Yankees lost 2 out of 3 to the Sox and look like bleep holes. It's a series. You won it. You were at home and had Scooble. You should. What I took from the weekend, we must make a change. Because I'm telling you, when the playoffs come around, I got a bad feeling we're going to get effed. And the same people who are going to fight me on a robot hump today are going to be the ones on their knees praying to God that they wish they had a mechanism to fix it. These umps are atrocious. And watching the games on TV, these catchers are doing what they're coached to do.
I was about to say,
I'm
they're
not
doing
mad
their
at
job.
I'm not mad at them. That's like saying the IRS does their job. You don't have to be happy about that either. The point is,
You know what? Good point.
no more. The pitch framing used to just be like a little, hey. Now they're up there like a magician.
Look over here.
It's crazy. It's almost as crazy as having a VIP club that still doesn't have hot food.
Well, we're working on that.
Kenny, how's that society? I heard Doug and Scott got some good traction on that.
Looks like, seems like, feels like empty seats.
You know that's a tough scene when Doug and Scott are taking you to task.
Oh, that looks like empty seats.
Looks like,
behind home
seems like,
plate.
feels like empty seats.
Hey, I'm in the 1901 club. Cracker Jacks? Dude, you can get that on a Delta flight. Right. Jesus. It's June 9th. At what point is this thing going to be? Yeah. That's what they ought to do with the 1901. Here's a Biscoff and 3 teaspoons of Diet Coke. I mean, at what point is this thing going to be ready? The playoffs?
Sir, there's nobody else here. You can take the can.
Here, have the whole bag of peanuts. The 1901 Club, communal peanuts, coming May of 27. We'll get to your phone calls next. Take them to church, will you please? 97.1.
Hey, change is always happening, and it's a part of life when it comes to music. Change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even the taste in our music changes. No matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same, and that is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for the price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? You shouldn't be. Life is full of them, but not here. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
All right, summer is heating up. What are you waiting for? Till it's 100 and now you have no AC, your power's out? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical and upgrade your system. Now you save up to $1,000. New AC, save up to $1,000. New generator. You getting where we're going? Pretty much anything over there, you're saving $1,000. Get your free in-home estimate. Get on their schedule. It's Mastercraft. Honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. Nice series by the Tigers. I'm sorry that I don't think the universe got tilted on its axis like some of the other guys at this place. Your job is to win series. Keep winning them. It's June, guys. Trust me, my intensity will rise in August and September. Just keep playing.
Hater.
Not at all. But I dude, if you do referendum radio every series in a baseball season,
you're going to burn yourself out.
You'll be in a padded room.
Oh, you will.
And again, it was a really nice weekend for them. But if you're at home and you have Scooble in a 3-game set, you're supposed to win the series. Mm-hmm. They won the series. David, ticket text, please.
I've always hated umps. It should be a consistent strike zone every game. Robots are used effectively in other sports. Why not here? Agree with Mike. Something has to change fast. This stuff is getting ridiculous. Please bring the robot umps here.
And again, the robot ump is not going to get fooled by pitch framing, which means we can chill out on pitch framing. I know why teams teach it. I think catchers who are good at it are immensely valuable. None of these things are in debate. It is about watching the game and feeling like you've got David Copperfield behind the plate. I just want to see the ball hit the mitt, not the zabba-dabba-doo-dah where it's robot ump. Enough, because these guys can't handle the framing. They can't. They're like Homer Simpson back there.
I don't know about that. But no, I'm with you. I mean, we have the technology. Why not use it? And if it means that you'll have more accurate balls and strikes, let's just go with that.
Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike, Enrico, and David, and Kenny? Congratulations. I'm with you, robot umpires. However, if they decide to keep these idiots around, I feel like one of two things should happen when they make a bad call. They should either have to pay a fine, or the player they made a bad call on should be able to punch them in the face. Just one time.
You know what, Matt?
The entire game.
Matt, here's the thing. Probably not going to happen. But you know what I would love to see? If you're going to keep the umpires, make them step up to the press conference and explain why they made a bad call. Coaches have to do it. Players have to do it. Why not umpires? Why do they get to do whatever they want to do and then get whisked away with security? I'm with you. Maybe not punching in the face, but how about we go that route?
Okay. Accountability is definitely what they need because they're crazy.
No, and Matt, I understand. Look, the Tigers got several, and I mean several, benefits of the doubt this weekend where the ump straight up blew the call against the Cubs and the Cubs were unnerved. It was a 2-day carryover. If that were A.J. Hinch getting thrown out and Javi Baez turned to the ump and said, hey, you're having a bad day, people's hair would be on fire. So approach it with the same energy. And we all know it needs to change. It's ridiculous. So robot ump for you, not the review, right? Not the challenge system. You want full robot ump.
I want robot umpire.
Okay. I'm not mad at it, Matty. I'm with you. I don't even want to look at these people. Umpires' faces upset me.
Just no punching in the face. But accountability.
I wouldn't have been mad if Craig Counsell did that yesterday, honestly. It would have made for better television. The Cubs weren't hitting anything yesterday.
It would have been banned from baseball.
It'd be worth it. You'd be a hero. You'd be in Cooperstown. Guy who punched ump.
He would not be in He would be in Troy.
Is Pedro in Cooperstown? He assaulted a senior citizen in Don Zimmer.
Okay, you know what? Don Zimmer messed around and found out.
He did. He went to the ground like a bag of ravioli.
What you gonna do? This?
And we dead. Go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Mike, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I was wondering instead of having R2D2 behind the dish, I think an umpire who's been part of this game for over 100 years belongs. Now, my idea, very simple. He's got a wristband, one on his right, one on his left. Somebody up in the press box watches the box. The ball goes inside the box. He gets a zing on the right hand, calls a strike. It's a ball, it's a ball. But at the same time, I'm wondering also, Mike, how are we going to call a play if there's a play at home like there was the other day? Would the robot do that?
Fascinating. You know what? Maybe your idea is the right idea. We still have a babysitter for the Betamax 3000. The human calls plays at the plate.
Right. No, you stand there. We're going to take away the balls and strikes. You just call safe or out at the plate.
Mike, that's a really good point. Okay. Noted. So we'll keep these idiots.
Solution, Mike.
Yeah, no, we'll keep these guys. We'll just clip their wings. You stand there. Look pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, done. So maybe the challenge system's what we need. Maybe it is, but here's my biggest thing to anyone listening. Do you just agree we have reached a flashpoint with baseball? And listen, you've got a team that's going to be gunning for the World Series. You know the last thing any of us want to deal with? Something that ends your season because one of these hillbillies behind the dish blows a critical call and you have no mechanism to fix it. None. And one pitch can change everything. That 1-1 count, man on first and third, and it's a blown call and now it's a 1-2 count, you've just shifted the odds of success by over 100 points. David, maybe we do leave these guys and it's just the challenge. You get 3 challenges. Yeah. Every one you get right, you keep them. If an ump blows 17 calls and you're right 17 times challenging, you can keep challenging. Okay. I don't know. I'd love the robot ump. But Mike is right. We would need something for home plate. Yeah, Kenny.
Who is allowed to make the challenge? We're assuming the pitcher, we're assuming the catcher, and we're assuming the batter, right?
Yes.
And that's it.
I would say so, right?
I mean, do you want a challenge coming from the dugout is my question.
I think you would need to clear it. Now, that would have to be like the NBA. The problem is in the NBA now, every call the players are going like this, and it's like, no, you're wrong, idiot.
But also, you don't want to deal with a lengthy delay coming from the dugout going, hang on, let's check the video.
But
wait,
hold on.
Everybody wait.
Hold on to Rico's point, though. That's where the Sky Judge comes in. That's the one thing your poverty sport has done right. They got everybody in Toronto watching the TVs. If you have Rico Judge who's watched the pitch, the square is on your television.
Right.
All it is bing bong. That was a strike. You're fired.
Yeah.
Done. 10 seconds.
It's the only thing that works right in Toronto.
Poor Kenny, man. We're not trashing the Wings today. Life is good for you. Let's go to Rob in Detroit, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, gentlemen? How you guys doing?
Good, Rob. What's up?
All right, I'm an umpire for Little League right now, and everybody's calling in saying they're idiots and this and that. But you got to understand, when there's an umpire and the coaches are complaining from the angle, you can't see the strike. Everything that's close, oh, it's a strike. Oh, it's a strike. You know, it's a different angle from each side. And you're talking about framing. And that's what you teach the kids to do, to frame the ball. That's what I try to tell them. But if it hits the dirt, yeah, you can't call that a strike. But, I mean, it's just the guy Mike beat me to the punch about, what are you going to make a call at home? Who's going to make the call? You know, if it's a close play, somebody's got to make the call. And half the time, they complain about that too. But you got to umpire to see how it is. If you ever umpire the game, you'll change everything that you guys are talking about right now.
But hold on. So step back from being an ump at the junior level. And when you're watching a Major League Baseball game, Rob, you know what I'm saying. You're absolutely right. They are taught to frame pitches. But tell me it hasn't gotten out of control when you're watching. It is insanity. And as an ump, it would anger me to watch that. So
no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right, brother. I want your take on that.
No, I see the thing is, I'm trying to move up to actually get into college umpiring and to get into Major League Baseball. But it's so hard now. You have to know somebody to get in there.
Yeah.
And by the time I get up there, now like you said, it would be robots. But it's just like people got to calm down, count to 10, think about it, just go on. It's a game. Just have
Well,
fun.
I agree to a point, but Rob, we're dealing in hundreds of millions of dollars. This is Major League Baseball, and no, I don't think I need to count to 10 when the dinosaur behind home plate. I mean, how long was Cowboy Joe West and CB Buckner and Angel Hernandez? These bums. Like, honestly, there's no accountability. Rico's always been right. Make him do a press conference, put the video up on the board, and go ahead. What do you say about that?
Yeah. I mean, referees, umpires, all of them, but they get to just walk away scot-free. You blew the call. Well, you can't argue balls and strikes, or you can't argue this call, and then they're gone.
Just do what Michigan does. Say it was a lone wolf.
The coaches and the players.
David, come on. I haven't seen you in 4 days. I owed you one.
As bad as a call is, as bad as a play, a player has to sit there and say, yes, I blew this play. I didn't do this. A coach has to say, well, why did the team come back from 20 points?
If you challenge the call and you're wrong, your player's thrown out. Cost of doing business.
Wow.
Okay, Big Mouth, you want to challenge it? You want to show me up? You're wrong? Out.
One of you has to go, either you or the player.
Be sure.
That. Okay.
David, take a text.
Didn't realize the 1901 club needed to use actual stagecoaches to deliver the hot food. Crazy they haven't solved that. That is from Rich.
It's actually back to 1901. We don't have refrigeration. What is going? I mean, hold on, David, real quick. Kenny, you said Doug and Scott got some traction on this. People, they still do not have hot food in the 1901.
So unverified. This was a caller that called in with this. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but there was a caller that said that they only served peanuts, Cracker Jacks, and beer.
So it's a Delta flight.
Right.
So basically, it's take me out to the ball game.
Correct. That's exactly what it is. I don't know if that's true. That's unverified rumor, but if that's the case, that's tough. That's a tough look.
Okay, good stuff. That sounds really alluring. Okay, FanDuel, best place to bet your player props. See, this is the Jim Costa thing. Ooh, I really like Halliburton first quarter. Okay, go to FanDuel. They'll have it.
Is that how he sounds?
That's exactly how Cookies sounds. Same game parlays. They have more of them than anybody. $200 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins. It's FanDuel.com/ticket to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get to the people. We do want to talk a little bit about the Tigers in a different way, though. Where your expectations are at and how they compare to your Lions, and what does that say about the Lions? So we'll get to that at 3. We've asked the question, though. I mean, nice weekend, and it's a great weekend when the umps are in your pocket, and that's just kind of how it went. I mean, the Cubs were victimized by the umps. You took advantage of it. Who cares? That's a them problem. But it is a problem for the sport. And the Tigers have been boned this year. Every team in baseball. The quality of MLB umps it's awful. And it's time, and Jason Benetti spearheaded this. You know it's bad when Benetti and Dirks are like, look, the Cubs, they do have a complaint here. There's like 17 calls. Is it a challenge system that's been used? Like Nico Horner should have been able to challenge it, or let's say Torkelson gets screwed on a call. You should be able to challenge a bad call? Or is it outright robot umps? I'd get rid of them altogether. I can't take anymore. Because if I get rid of the ump, I can get rid of pitch framing. The pitch framing is making baseball really annoying to watch. And you know what I'm talking about if you're driving around right now. You're busting your ass at work. The ball is a foot outside, and the catcher's going, whee! It's right back in the middle. No, it's not.
I got to think a smart ump's not going to fall for this.
Really? Now, see, there's oil and water. Smart ump. Doesn't exist. I'm sorry, dude. I'm the wrong guy to talk to. We'll go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I was first time, long time.
Welcome.
So I was thinking, get the robot umps would be obviously ideal, but I don't think it's realistic right away. I think one way you could implement it quickly is if you just made it an extra umpire that the home plate umpire could point at to appeal, just like they do for, like, if someone went too far on a swing, they can appeal to another umpire. So they can just point at the robot ump will give them the right call. And then if you want to let teams also, you know how players like to point, Cabrera was famous for that, always asking for an appeal. But I feel like that's a way you could get the robot ump in there, but you still leave it in the umpire's hands for now to kind of ease it in.
Yes.
Now, the problem, Justin, is umpires would rather be right than get the call right. So I don't think that you have your idea. It makes total sense. But I think that the eye in the sky ump will do whatever it can to make sure his buddy doesn't get shown up. And, yeah, I could kind of see how that could be that way. Inconclusive call stance. And you're like, what? How did you not see what everybody else saw? Well, my buddy made the call.
All right, good talk. 248-539-97. I mean, if he doesn't talk, I'm sorry.
No,
I feel so bad. I thought he was done.
No, but I just feel like that's what goes on whenever you see the review. It's they do whatever they can to make sure that call stays exactly how they called it, rather than just get the thing right. If they did it, just got it right, Mike, I don't think reviews would take that long. But, okay, how many different angles do you have to see? Oh, my God, I screwed this up. Well, let me see the 15th angle.
Well, here's the thing. They queue up the replay on the television broadcast in roughly 1 second, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would it take much longer for that replay, for the Sky Judge to rule? It just wouldn't. Am I insane that from the time you challenge, 10 seconds could give you a ruling? 10.
No.
You sync it to the TV broadcast with the box. Give me the replay. All right. Strike.
But just remember, like I said, you have a different agenda. You are about getting the call right.
Yes, I understand. I'm tired of it.
And it doesn't take that long because you can clearly see. There it is, right there. You saw it.
Why is that a bad thing? You want to get the call right.
How dare you?
Yes.
No,
How dare you?
Because Kenny, in a day and age where umps are constantly getting blasted, they need some reassurance. Like we have to stick up for ourselves because nobody else will. It's like, you still got it wrong though. And you're a good person. Great barbecue. Thanks for inviting me over, but you blew that call.
Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, guys?
Good.
Yeah, so had some quick thoughts and completely agree with all the past callers, in terms of the robo umps there. But I think what might be a problem with the MLB, and I could see kind of going in the future is that, and a lot of fans, obviously, it's America's pastime, it's tradition, it's all that. I can't imagine, a lot of fans taking that lightly without having, a lot of, or the same amount of umpires out there on the field. But even just think about I think it's probably hundreds of umpires that are employed not sure how that would work. And I think it could be a little bit deeper.
All right, so then you would vote for the challenge system, that they are going to be held accountable in real time.
100%. And I mean, to be honest, I would rather have them just get the hell out of there. I don't like umpires just as much as you, but I think they just wouldn't do it at this point yet, just based off of everything going on. And I don't think that would look too well for them. I'm guessing that's what they would think. But personally, I think,
Now, where do you stand on the pitch framing? Watching it on TV, has it started to get under your skin a little bit?
It's terrible. It's awful. You see it every single damn pitch.
It's not slight like it used to be. It's insane.
No. And that's also a thing, too. I can see them doing something stupid where, give the damn umpires like some AI glasses just so they can keep them employed, keep them out there. I don't know.
Dear.
They're going to – exactly. That's what I'm saying. But I don't see the MLB moving forward with anything with this. At least
I think the challenge system is going to happen. I'm going to tell. Look, Benetti made a really good point. Is that it's in the minors. It's a thing. Players were able to use this in spring training. No, I think that absolutely is going to be implemented, Jason. And I know there's a labor war on the horizon.
Yeah,
but still.
Yeah, and I agree. And the challenge system is definitely what should be in place. And even if that does come into place, maybe give the umps a challenge. Make them be able to second guess themselves like a damn Jim Joyce. Think if he had a challenge back and he said, I messed up,
Yeah, look, all I'll tell you, Jason, if they were smart, which baseball's not, they're dumber than hockey, they would implement the challenge system for the playoffs. You have plenty of time. They should implement it for the playoffs. I'm telling you, amount of awful calls and no recourse, it's unbelievable.
So much on the line. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea.
And that way it would render pitch framing less effective because the batter knows. Now, if you challenge and you get it wrong, here's what maybe this is the addendum. If you miss your first challenge, every challenge afterwards that you get wrong, player's thrown out of the game. So be real careful with your challenges. There's got to be an accountability both ways. I know. Rico don't like that one.
No. I was just thinking maybe not as extreme of throwing them out the game, but what if...
Trapdoor.
I was going to say, what if you get it wrong,
that's
opposing...
An out. That's the solution.
Okay, Kenny, I was going to say the opposing team gets a runner on base.
It's either an out. If it's the batter, it's an out. And if it's the pitcher or catcher, then immediately you're at first base.
I got to tell you, I'm just going to go on vacation again. You guys are on fire. Take it to 6. I'm out. If Kenny's spitting fire, Rico made 7 good points before we went on the air. There's no need for me to be here. It's tremendous. David, a few ticket texts, please.
What comes first to Comerica, Max Clark or the full experience? The $500 tickets behind home plate. Adam in Toledo.
All right, I'm going to say this, and it's not any one person or the team's fault or anything. But I've dealt with this with Yankee games for years. I hate watching, like yesterday, I'm watching the game. The amount of empty seats behind home plate because these seats are so expensive. It's insane. It bugs me. Between the pitch framing and the turquoise seats, I can't take it. And the crowd was amazing this weekend. But I can't get mad at people if they're only serving Cracker Jacks and Biscoffs.
Well, you know what the teams could do is, here's the thing.
Have regular seats?
Well, no. Okay, you have 50 seats behind home plate that there's nobody there. Daily raffle. We're going to move people. You're going to go from this seat. You're going to sit behind home plate because it looks good on TV. And think about it. Now you're more apt to go buy tickets for a game because maybe you win the lottery and you get upgraded to the seats in the 1901 club.
Daily raffle. What is this, bingo night?
Yeah. David, you're not filling up the seats, okay?
I mean, there were more. Now,
it's
listen,
a win-win.
There were more people this weekend.
Right.
It was more, but whenever they play regular games, like not the Cubs on a beautiful weekend, dude, it's empty.
Yeah. When you're looking at the seats like, hey, there's cookies. Okay, maybe we need to fill up the seats. And, yeah, rather than you sitting way up in the upper deck, you know what? You and your family, you get to sit behind. It's kind of a way to give back to the ticket owners.
Yeah, but see, and I can't even ask Cookies because he was like invited down there or whatever. That was over a month ago. Like if people were calling Doug and Scott and saying there were no hot food, come on, it's June 9th.
I mean, I just think that's the easiest way until you get it sold out and fixed. Yes, David, daily raffles
at churches. Detroit's got plenty of those.
You're right in front of Comerica Park.
I've tried to move those churches for years. I mean, it's just
historic.
It's
You
just
can't move
historic.
them.
Yeah, but you can move them. It's just
you really can't.
why can't you? You can move a house. You can move a church
because it's historical.
Put it on a flatbed. Just move it. There's plenty of open space.
The reason why they have historical buildings. And
Yeah, you know what? There's too many of them, David. There's too many historic buildings.
Okay.
You built 3 stadiums next to each other. I'm sorry. We don't have time for worship. Just move it down the line.
No.
That should be a bar or a
Flag.
restaurant.
The reason why some of those churches are there and they
I
can't
know
be,
what it is.
Okay.
The Underground
Thank
Railroad,
you.
the whole thing.
Okay.
It doesn't. We can have a historical plaque at the sports
The
bar.
man said there's no time for worship. That's all I need to hear. Flag.
No, I said not outside of a stadium complex, David. Bad urban planning. Come on.
Come the 9th inning, it's a lot of prayer going on in the stadium.
I'm making a point. It's just name another town who's got 3 stadiums and 78 churches surrounding them. Name one. You can't. They don't even have that problem in Rome.
Detroit is unique, man.
Right.
Unique.
That's being polite, isn't it?
It's Detroit versus everybody. We got
Okay.
God on our side.
Listen, there's plenty of room in the district. You could build a mega church. It could be the Mighty Gemstones. Think of how big you could build a stadium church like they got down south.
And they're building the district up.
It'll be done the same time as the food in 1901.
Let there be touchdowns.
Matter of fact,
Hold on, Kenny. Hold on. These two are very biased. You know what I'm getting at.
Yes.
It's just very
You
disjointed.
can't drive within a couple of blocks without seeing like 7 churches. 100%.
And there's 3 stadiums. Now, whose idea was this?
It was not my idea, Michael.
churches was there first.
Let there be touchdowns.
Okay, that's yes.
Maybe this is why they're not winning.
Okay. Weather's got us ready to get moving. Road trips. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. If you need a truck, they have them. 25 Silverado, $249 a month, 0 down. They also have the 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, 0 down. Both 24 months, both low mileage leases. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Find your ride fast at moranexpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's touch the table. A little bit of football. All wrapped up. Put a bow on it. It's football today. David. I know what this is. This ain't going to be David. This is going to be bubblegum shirt over here.
No, it's me.
Oh, my God. College football that he's not providing?
It is me because
David, unless you know something I don't.
No.
If
Over to
people
David.
paid attention to the news, there was a settlement, a house settlement for NIL in college sports. So what I found here is the 25 NIL deals, richest NIL deals this season, going into this year in college sports. So I'm going to go through them.
Is Deloitte going to be reviewing all of these?
No, these are just what we have currently that are already gone through. Has nothing to do with that. That will be July 1st. So let's start it.
Such lack of faith.
Not going to go through all of them, but in the bottom of this list, we have about 3 or 4 people at $2 million. Auburn quarterback Jackson Arnold.
How?
Getting $2 million.
I have to stop you right there. Jackson Arnold is yet to show he can play Division I football. Think about that statement. Not that he's been good and he's overpaid. Jackson Arnold is vomit. $2 million for a guy who bombed out at OU. What are we doing?
Because you have to have a quarterback, Mike, and you're hoping that your quarterback's going to come to the school, transfer, and become that Heisman Trophy candidate.
$2 million. What game tape of Jackson Arnold's did you want to spend $2 million on?
It's not game tape. It's supply and demand. If you can convince that booster, this is the guy that's going to take us over the top.
Wait, if it's not about game tape, what the hell is it about? His personality?
The coaches.
What do you get reviews around campus?
Yeah.
He's good in bed. I mean, what's the story? Rico, it's got to be about tape.
It has to be about tape. It's an NIL evaluation based on what you can do.
David, it's based on the transfer portal. And if you look at the portal, it's basically the lottery. You're hoping to get lucky. There's nothing about this. You'll see a player, too, where you're like, wow, that person's pretty good. Maybe I can extrapolate that and make him a good player. But this is why you overpay.
Extrapolate this. He was the 91st rated quarterback via QBR at Oklahoma. $2 million. My God. Go ahead.
He's got more.
I'm sorry. I hate this kid. Next.
That's fine. The other quarterback that's at $2 million is Nico I. He's getting $2 million at UCLA. So
and he took a pay cut. He was at 4.3.
Correct.
Wanted a raise. Here's what they told him. See ya. And he took a pay cut. Now you're at UCLA playing in front of 18 nerds.
A little bit more money, just $2.1 million. But Florida guard Boogie Flan getting $2 million.
Oh, we're doing football and basketball?
It's all throughout, yeah.
I mean, look, really good freshman year. He missed a lot of time with injury, but when he came back, he helped him make an NCAA run. It is basketball, to Rico's point. There's only 5 guys that really matter. I guess I could make sense of that.
That one you're okay.
Yeah, because it's basketball. It's not a roster of 100 kids.
No.
With an NIL evaluation of $2.3 million, you go to Nebraska. Quarterback Dylan Raiola.
Rico.
No, but Nebraska really wanted him. They stole him from Georgia. So you had to overpay.
Recruiting, yeah.
You had to overpay to get him. And at the time, he was going to be the next great quarterback. That's the price of doing business. And Dom Raiola's kid.
Really hard to walk in as a true freshman and be good. Like, impossible.
And then you got that weird Patrick Mahomes fetish thing going on.
You know what?
Be
You're
yourself.
right.
There's a lot going on there.
You're right. I hate him. Okay, David, go ahead.
Number 17 on this list at evaluation of $2.4 million. It is Ohio State safety Caleb Downs.
Highest paid safety in history.
Yes.
He's a really good football player. He was a freshman All-America. He was arguably the best safety in college football as a freshman. Maybe the smartest college football player on defense in America. Hey, if you're OSU, you got the scratch.
You won the title. So
like
you
a
know
Rolls
what?
Royce. You want a Rolls Royce? Buy it. It comes with an umbrella. I don't know.
You took him from Bama and you won the title. So you know what? In their eyes, we won. It was worth every penny.
They're paying Caleb Downs $2.4 million. We're paying kids in 2.4 Biscoff cookies. Go ahead, David.
They're very tasty cookies.
They're underrated.
And number 15, wide receiver, Alabama wide receiver, Ryan Williams at $2.7 million is his evaluation.
I have a hard time with it, but Rico hates wideouts. So go ahead. I'll let him go first. He hates these people.
I wouldn't pay that, but Alabama feels like he's going to be that next receiver because they've been cranking out receivers kind of like Ohio State lately. And David, he makes plays. He's a dangerous person out there. I wouldn't pay him the money, but you know what? Doesn't come from me. So good for you, kid.
This next player here, going back to Texas Tech, he took his name out of the NBA draft. His number is being reported at $2.8 million. That is JT Toppin, but there's also other reports that it might hit $4 million.
It's probably the latter. I mean, I just view him a lot like the kid Michigan got in Landeborg. Kind of that late first-round pick, highly productive. If you can get him to come back to school, you got to bribe him.
He'll be a man amongst boys.
The Michigan player, by the way, is at $2.3 million. So
I thought it was 4.
That's what they're saying, but other reports. Yeah.
The unfortunate part is you're never going to know the truth. It's like somebody bragging in high school about how many women they had. You'll never know.
Number 11, the evaluation here is at $3 million. Again, that's what they're saying. Other reports say otherwise. It is Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood.
It's the same as Raiola. You're probably paying for what he'll do for you next year, not this year. You needed to get him on campus. You overpay. He won't be good year one, and you hope he blossoms like Nebraska hopes Raiola does. That's all I could say.
And see, I don't think it's that, Mike. I think you're actually paying because you had to take him away from somebody. So you had to entice him to leave. For Raiola, we need you to leave Georgia. For Underwood, we need you to leave LSU and come here. So we're going to overpay you to make sure that, we get our wish.
But you agree they're both going to stink in year one. Well, stink is saying a lot. How about won't be great year one?
They're going to struggle. They're going to find out that college is a lot different and faster than high school.
The next two players are number 10 and 9 on the list, respectively. It is Sam Levitt at 3.1 and Drew Aller at 3.1 as well.
I just don't understand either. Look, I'm Sam Levitt has potential and he's gritty and the team rallies for him. But like, if you watched Arizona State football, it's not like Sam Levitt was great.
No, but
Aller, forget it. I leave that to Rico. I quit.
Why do you leave all the bad stuff for me?
I continue to be told Drew Aller's amazing and I don't understand it.
He's amazing against bad teams. He is absolutely amazing. And against good teams, all he does is he's the perfect game manager. You got 2 NFL running backs in the backfield. You had a jack-of-all-trades tight end who's now in the NFL. You didn't have to do much. Just don't throw the ball away and don't fumble. As far as Sam Levitt, David, he took Arizona State to a place where they never thought they were going to go. He could walk in and ask for anything, and they would give it to him right now.
Number 8 is Cade Klubnik at 3.4.
He's worth it. He's a Heisman contender. He turned it around last year. They made the playoff. He's an upperclassman. See, this is what I can't stand. It's like you're paying these freshmen, like Rico just said. Why am I paying you? You don't know if you can play. Klubnik has gone through the wars. He performed last year. You pay the kid.
Next 3 are all at the same evaluation. Quarterbacks, Florida quarterback DJ Lagway, 3.7. Lenoris Sellers, 3.7.
Stud.
And Garrett Nussmeier, $3.7 million.
Rico?
Lenoris Sellers. I mean, really?
Stud. He's awesome.
Then why does he play for South Carolina? Why did he play for a real team?
What's wrong?
Mike,
they should be a good team.
You know what? It is. This is what you get for always dumping this garbage in my play. This guy's bad. What about him?
Right, I gave you Nussmeier. Rico.
See? Yeah, famous father. They're banking that he is going to be all of that. I think that David, this may be for Kelly's job. Nussmeier needs to work, has to work for Brian Kelly at LSU.
Next on the list, I never know how to pronounce his last name, but it's BYU forward AJ DeBonsa.
Yeah, number 1 player,
Yep.
A one and done, will be the number 1 overall guy in the NBA.
Yes.
And they've got that BYU grad billionaire, the guy who bought the Utah Hockey Club and the Jazz.
Yeah.
It's the same guy. He plays pickup hoops at BYU at 5 a.m. I don't know. You want to go to BYU? Here's $7 million.
I don't think he's going to get the same notoriety as Cooper Flagg did. I don't know if he can play as much as Cooper Flagg, but that's what they're hoping for at BYU, except for, nobody's lining up to play you, so we won't know how good this kid is. It could be like all the top talent that supposedly came out of Gonzaga until they got to the league and you found out that they were just average.
In top three, that makes all the sense to me, is you have Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith, 4.2, Carson Beck, 4.3, and Arch Manning, 6.8.
Okay, Carson Beck, I don't know. Mike, I'll leave that one to you.
He's got one shot. I mean,
This
is it for him. He was the number one pick going in. He bombed. Then he blew out his arm. Okay, better if he performs, he'll be Cam Ward. But I question, he's got a lot of decision-making issues. The Arch Manning thing, Rico, show me.
If his last name was Johnson, I don't know if he would get this much money. It's Manning. You're trying to get next to Peyton Manning, and you're hoping that the lineage kicks in, and he'll play just as well as his uncles.
That is your college sports NIL Blitz.
All right. No updates on a Monday. Interesting. Okay, then. Let's just continue, and we can continue with the state of MLB umpiring. I've given you solutions. Jason Benetti brought it up. You know it's bad if Benetti and Dirks are siding with the opposing team. The umpiring in that series this weekend was a joke. And the Cubs had every right to be pissed. Now, you don't have to care. That's a them problem, not a you problem. Nice series by the Tigers. The point is the state of umpiring in MLB is a clown car. We need the challenge system, and we need it for the playoffs. They've got to institute it. Enough's enough. I mean, case in point, the Nico Horner call. It's ridiculous. It's not a strike. It's a blown call. It ends up in the player getting tossed out. Challenge it. Now, I'd love full robot umps because I can't stand looking at these people anymore. But we'll get to your calls on that. I want to build off the Tigers, though, because I think something is interesting, and I think people are, victims of the moment, and it's fun, and the Tigers are best record in baseball. It's June 9th. But okay, let's see where people are at. Let's see how far recency bias has carried them and what it may say about something else. Are you ready?
Okay.
Do you believe the Tigers that fans have a higher expectation of the Tigers than they do for the Lions this upcoming season? And if that's the case, then isn't that, since everybody wants to do referendum radio, isn't that a referendum on Brad Holmes and the offseason he didn't have?
So the Tigers fans have a higher expectation for the Tigers than the Lions? I'm going to say no.
You say no.
I'm going to say no because right now it's a fun ride and you're thinking, hey, we could possibly make the World Series. Lions fans are saying, not only will we make the Super Bowl, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Like it was, we're the best team, point blank. Tigers fans will say, hey, there's the Dodgers, there's other teams out there, and maybe we're in the mix. Lions fans, you couldn't tell them they weren't going to win at all.
Do you listen to our station at all? Ever?
No.
Like the previous, 8 hours of the day? Fans have already planned the parade route. They've already swept the Yankees.
Okay, I'm speaking to the reasonable fans.
They don't exist.
They exist. They just enjoy listening to us. But okay, yes. If you're caught up in the moment, yeah, you're probably thinking, oh, this team's the greatest team.
But if you believe the Tigers, if your expectations for them are higher than that of the Lions, then doesn't that force you to say Brad Holmes did a bad job this offseason?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Because
if you feel that way.
Right. But
what percentage? Give me a percentage. I love percentages.
Of my feeling or what I think the people.
As a man who went to a fake high school called Southwest Lutheran Community Fun Center.
Detroit Lutheran West. Damn it.
I want you to give me a percentage of people who you think have higher expectations for the Tigers this year than they do the Lions coming up this fall. What is the RICO index?
I'm going to say it's probably a dead split, 50-50.
Okay. So then 50% of people have to answer my question, which is, doesn't that mean it's a referendum on Brad Holmes? That you took a Super Bowl favored team and did so little this offseason, other than being seduced by your own players, that the Detroit Tigers have supplanted the Lions as our great hope for a championship this fall.
See what you did.
Yeah, you're damn Skippy. 248-539-9797.
You know what, David, maybe he should take a 3-day weekend more often.
I'm in. Where do I sign up for that?
See, but what he just said is exactly right. Because there are Tiger fans. Oh, gosh, you got
He got me there. I looked over and I just saw a dark office. I didn't see him earlier. I'm going, oh, Jimmy's. No, he's not. Go ahead.
There are Tiger fans talking World Series. June 9th, they're talking World Series, and they can make it and that they can win it. Yet, on the opposite side, when you talk to Lions fans and you bring up this is the year they got to go all in for the Super Bowl, they say, no, this isn't the all-in year. The window's 3 years, meaning they don't have to do it this year. They could do it another year. They're more excited for the Tigers right now. They are the hope. They are the hope
Oh,
for
so
a
the Tigers
championship
window is
right
3
now.
years, is what you're
No,
saying.
they're saying the Tigers is right now. Win it right now. World Series right now. Parade in November. That's what they're saying.
The point I'm making is if the Tigers, if you believe they got a better shot to win a championship than the Lions, then you are saying your GM didn't do a good job. And you are forced to look in the mirror and look at Brad Holmes in maybe a different way, if that's what you believe. Because I don't believe the Tigers have a better odds of winning a championship than the Lions. I don't. Not on June 9th. This is wonderful, but there's 100 games left. Like, this may not remotely resemble the team that we have on August 1st, September 1st, much less October 1st. I'm enjoying it. But I am not, look, I just want to know how, you don't get to have it your way. So if the Tigers did all this, then what does it say about the Lions didn't?
In a matter of months. And over, okay.
Kenneth?
No, I think I'm in the camp of two things can be true. I don't have to love Brad Holmes' offseason, but I do think the Lions have a better shot to win everything. I think the Tigers.
Okay, so hold on. You're on my side.
Yes.
I'm saying if you showed up and you had an old English D tattooed on your ass, then it would force you to say, hey, you know, the Brad bot's got to cool out, right?
Yeah, the Brad bots. If you're one of the Tigers fans that says, okay, well, I think we have a better team, we have a better likelihood to win everything, then yeah, you have to look at yourself in the mirror as a Lions fan and be like, Brad Holmes did not do a great job this offseason. If we're allowing a Tiger team with not as much, I would argue, star power.
They have nowhere near the talent of the Lions.
Correct.
Nowhere close. David? You don't want to comment? Well, that's not how radio works.
No. I already made my comments. I do think they have more expectation in the Tigers this year.
Early
Yes.
ticket text returns, and I'll throw the number out. 248-539-9797. Have the Tigers supplanted the Lions as the great hope in this town? And if that's the case, doesn't that mean you got to kind of stop drinking Brad Holmes' bathwater by the 32-ounce jug? Doesn't that say kind of what we've been talking about? They didn't have the offseason they should have had?
Don't you dare go against Brad.
I do whatever I want. And also, I still think the Lions have a better shot. I still think the Lions have far more raw talent than the Tigers. And it's June 9th. I've watched too much baseball in my life. This has been a lot of fun. But we aren't even at the halfway mark, much less towards the end, much less, okay, playoffs are starting. I can't do that stuff because of a hot run. I mean, basically, this would be like if the Lions were 6-1 right now. What are you calling for the Super Bowl? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I also think a lot of the people who are saying that the Tigers have supplanted the Lions are still a little angry of how the season ended, and they put all their hopes and dreams and had it come crashing down.
So, but then the response is this. Wah. 248-539-9797. We will get to the phones. David on Ticket Text. And also, if you want to call in about us fixing MLB umpiring, I think Benetti had the fix. They got to have the challenge system in place. Do it for the playoffs. This is ridiculous. That was a ridiculous weekend here in Detroit from an umpire quality standpoint. Yankees Red Sox was a clown car. And watching at home, you know how bad the umps are now? It's the pitch framing. It's nuts. These guys are back there like doing the Olay. It's not even subtle anymore.
No.
248-539-9797. All right, if you are injured in an auto accident, drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies that don't care about you, enter injury attorney David Femininio. Those insurance companies, you think they're on your side. They're not. Get David, get paid is not just a phrase. It is a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope it gets better. Call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Straight to the people. 2 topics. You choose. 1, the state of MLB umpiring and the fix. And are the Tigers the new hope? I mean,
I really need to start listening to more shows. People really think that the Tigers are all that.
Oh, are you kidding me? You're a pariah if you don't have them sweeping their way to the World Series. I just laugh. It's June. I'm not doing that. Like, it's ridiculous.
Who's the leader of this bandwagon? Oh, never.
Really?
Okay.
You could put one giant clown nose and fit everybody into it.
Does he have a orange and blue sequin shirt?
Yeah. Hung. Let's go to Dylan, 97.1. Dylan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Mike Rigo, thanks for taking my call. Hope you guys had a nice weekend.
Yes, sir.
Don't want to take up too much of you guys' time. Just had a couple points to say about the framing thing. I mean, Mike,
take your time. We're here till 6.
Hey, perfect. Yeah, we'll run all the way. As a former catcher, I can appreciate framing, stealing strikes. But we as a society have moved past human beings calling balls and strikes. I mean, if anyone has played the ball, or you actually umpired, or even if you've watched for just a long time, you can appreciate how difficult it is to make, 200 plus of these calls a game. And on top of that, you got dudes freaking snapping these things. With the framing, it's ridiculous. I mean, you can't have games decided like this. Cubs at the end of the year, end of September, they're going to be looking at these 2 games and like, man, you toss Horner for saying nothing, and then you toss Counsell. I'm not even a Cubs fan, but that's just ridiculous.
Well, and listen, understand, both things can be true. And we do a show in Detroit. I'm not asking Tiger fans to play a tiny violin. I'm saying when your hometown crew, and this is one of the most like root sports broadcasts out there. I mean, Benetti and Dirks, please.
No, yeah.
But when they're saying, they kind of got a gripe, that should tell you a lot.
But I mean,
it's the statement of the sport. And I'm telling you, it all comes full circle. We're going to get bit in the ass by this, Dylan. They got to have the challenge system in place for the playoffs.
When the shoe's on the other foot, I mean, those could have easily gone the other way, and you got Tigers fans calling up here, I'm losing my mind about it the other way. But the point is, you can't expect these people to, you can't put them in that position to fail. No. I think the solution is easily you have to have had a challenge system years ago. Like, this should have already been a thing. I don't know, if the magic number is 1 challenge or 20, or if you just go full robot. But there has to be something.
I think Benetti brought up a good point, which is, the challenge system's already been tested. It's been vetted. It worked.
It's perfect. Yeah, it worked so good.
All you got to do is
tennis for how, I don't get it.
But why not institute it for the playoffs? I'm being dead serious. Why not?
I'd do it at the All-Star game. Have half the season with the robots, and then we'll have a little vote, see if we want to do it. But I don't care after this year. I don't know if I'm alone, but I can't even bet on the thing anymore because it's you got Scooble with 8 strikeouts or whatever, and you got this dude making these calls you're gonna. I don't know.
No, Dylan, I think the biggest thing is I just think that maybe baseball is afraid of the change, and they know it's right. They know what they need to do, but man, we've done it this way for so many decades.
Yeah, signed whites only, right? Change is a part of life. Get with it.
I'm with you.
I mean, if that's the mindset, I mean, come on.
Mike, it worked, but we're still dragging our feet. Why?
Hey, we can't have those international players. I mean, it's I'm not mad at you. I get mad at the sport that we make excuses for this stupid sport rooted in old people.
But baseball is the sport of old people.
And you know what? It's why it's no longer America's pastime. Evolve or die.
Sign the Expos who never won the World Series.
Poor things. They
that was the team right there.
They were loaded. 94. They were loaded.
Baseball was never the same after that year.
Guess what? The roof at Olympic Stadium is still broken. You know that's why it was always indoors, right? No. They designed that stadium where the crane was supposed to basically the top of a sugar container near the coffee that your grandmother would have you take the top off. It was supposed to take the top of the stadium off and move it to the side. They could play outside. That's why it's on guy wires. But it broke. And those bum-ass Canadians never fixed it. So, hey, congrats. You play in an indoor stadium. Yeah, it was supposed to I think they were a little bit ahead of the times. I don't think they had the technology for
it. So a retractable roof.
Yes, except it was on like wires. Not ideal. Not ideal.
Man, you are full of facts today.
I've been there.
Between this and horse racing,
Yes.
man.
Well, because I want you to know who you're rooting for. When you root for sovereignty, you're rooting for that guy.
I didn't know. And
You should be ashamed of yourself,
David,
Rico.
No, the man won his bet. Leave him alone.
David, I'm donating my money to
No.
the Humane Society. Something. I got to feel good about myself tonight.
Hey, feel good that you haven't kidnapped 2 daughters.
Just. I thought the story went a totally different way than what Mike says. Like, no, that's not how it went down.
There's a reason I can't root for Godolphin.
I thought it was just a bad, husband-wife custody battle.
No, this was Liam Neeson taking his own daughter.
I was like, wait, she's 3. No, try 30. Big difference.
I'll tell you what I'll do. David, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to send him a Do you like to read?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to send you some.
I don't, Mike, because I already feel bad.
No, I
about
want you to
winning.
feel worse.
Thank you.
Blood money.
Thank you.
It's all on it. Blood on your hands, Beard. All right. Relax. You bet a horse. You didn't know who owned it.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, there's certain things I probably wouldn't have backed, and that's one. So
let's go to Don, 97.1. Don, what's going
Help
on?
me, Don.
Hey, everyone. Thanks. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Happy Monday.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the pitch framing thing. I mean, that's been going on for a long time. But here's the challenge with, I think they got to do a challenge thing first. You got to do a walk, crawl, and then implementation. I think technology is there, but I think it would happen too quickly to do full-on robot. And if you think about it, Aaron Judge is 6'9", you got Altuve who's 5'7". That strike zone and how they stand in the box, it's different. And so you're going to have AI, which they should be able to do this with AI, which should be able to generate that strike zone based on the knees to wherever it is, to the letters or whatever that strike zone is, and then inside. But the one thing with pitch framing, if you think about, so there's the challenge there. The one thing with pitch framing I think that everyone's thinking about or forgetting about is like if someone's throwing a curve and it hits the front part of the plate, but it breaks an inch, 2 inches outside, I think the viewer is looking at it, that box for reference that's on TV. It crossed the plate, but the ball ended up outside, and the catchers are moving it over. I think the umps, if they're, that's a strike. But I think when the ball is completely outside, they move it over. The umps, if they're doing pitch framing, then they're idiots because then they're looking at where the glove is. They're not looking where the ball crosses the plate. And I think that's one of the challenges that and I think AI can solve for it. But it's not going to happen right away, I think. So I think you got to go to the challenge.
You're right. And understand the pitch framing thing. Both things can be true. I understand why catchers do it. I think if you're a team who doesn't do it, you'd be at a grave disadvantage. I'm saying as a viewer, Don, it has become my number one issue in all of sports. It makes watching baseball an annoyance.
Yeah, and then one comment for Kenny, and this has to do with a little French-Canadian leprechaun. I despise him, but I wish we had him on our team.
French-Canadian leprechaun. Are we talking?
Marchand.
Oh, yes, the double OT winner because it had to be him.
100% it had to be
Following, by the way, one of the greatest assists in the history of the NHL.
Dude.
What McDavid pulled off on that play. I mean, that you couldn't do that on Sega Genesis NHL 94.
I believe I woke my girlfriend up when I saw that. I was like, oh, my goodness, what is happening? No, not that.
Roberts.
Roberts. It's the happiest weekend of my life. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
That McDavid assist really impacted you, huh?
It's like, wait, you woke me up for a hockey play and not for that? Okay. We got to discuss our priorities here.
And I'm going to show personal growth and leave all of this alone. It's too early in the week.
No, you played the Oral Roberts drop. You can't claim personal growth, my friend.
Listen.
Not today.
You walked into the rake. There's nothing I can do for you. 248-539-9797. Great feedback on these topics. We'll continue with your phone calls as well. And we will help Kenny. This was a big weekend, and not because of what I was playing. This was a big weekend because Kenny has actually found someone to marry him. Very exciting. But we have to get Kenny we got to help him to start the marriage on the right foot. We're going to lean on people.
Not to slip out of the starting gate.
Yes. Right. Like Kenny can't bobble at the start. And Kenny, listen, you got to beat the odds. The scales of justice are not in your favor.
You talk about a rake. This 4 o'clock is a rake.
I'm just saying it's about
the 4 o'clock
it's
rake.
about 60-40 divorce not. So we got
60-40 now?
Yeah, it's not great. Wow. So we got to help Kenny. We've got to listen.
See, that's really not good because
you'll be fine.
It's a hell of a guys right now.
No, because I'm saying this one works.
No.
This one works and this one works.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Hey, I don't like what's going on here at all.
I'm just saying the odds.
That's no. Limited sample size, Kenny. Don't listen to this guy. 97-1. David, a quick check on the ticket text, and we go straight to the callers. 2 topics, rocking and rolling on a Monday. What do you got, David?
The Tigers, they'll be in, so anything can happen. The Lions don't have a schedule filled with cupcakes this year. They'll be lucky to make the playoffs.
But answer the question. Does that open Brad Holmes up to criticism? That if the Tigers are now the great hope, then how do you say with a straight face he had an appropriate offseason for a Super Bowl team? I'm asking. And if you think it's a false equivalency, go ahead. I'm not going to yell and scream about it. It's like it can't be both.
Right.
Yeah, someone's saying you talk about off seasons. Canely and Cobb is a great off season. People are just excited right now. They're in the moment.
And I agree with a lot of that. But look, a lot of what the Tigers have, look, you have an elite manager. There's no question. And you have the best pitcher in baseball. What Tarek Skubal is doing right now. He's a left-hander, so you can't comp him to a righty. Fine. You want a left-handed comp? Here it is. The best of Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw's best 2.5 years are what Skubal's given you. So you've got that. You've got.
So is he best friends with Matt Stafford?
Okay. But look, I mean, do I think
that's a good comp? That's actually a very good comp.
Do I think the rotation's good enough to win a World Series? No. Do I think the lineup is playoff ready, where they're going to be able to carry the mail, big at bats? No, I don't believe the Baez's, the McKinstry's, the Ibanez's, the Chaos. I don't think it'll work. We have time.
No, and when I look at this team, could it work? It could, but you're going to need some luck. You're going to need somebody to step up who you probably didn't see being that guy come October.
My point is, I said the
you
deadline
don't have the
for a
stars
reason.
that you can sit there and say, you know what? Be a star. Go out there and get this thing
right.
done.
And again, would your Yankee? I don't believe in my Yankees either. It's June 9th. No, here. Do you know what Aaron Judge's OPS plus is? Oh, it's Detroit. Why is it relevant? Because I'm going to explain something to you, Pinheads. Okay. I don't believe Aaron Judge is anywhere near this good. His OPS plus. What do you think it is?
Jeez. I'm thinking 1050.
No. OPS plus.
Oh.
Where 100 is league average.
So he's probably about, 90?
Yeah. So give me 200.
244.
Wow. I thought I was being a little absurd saying 200.
Yeah, like people are.
I thought it was high saying 90.
Right. People get amped up if a Tiger's like a 114. Is he going to finish the season that way? No, probably not. And can the Yankees win where he's their basically outside of Judge and Goldsmith, the rest of the team's hitting 220? It's not good enough. The deadline's going to dictate how I feel about the Tigers, Yankees, everybody. I think everybody's got to do shopping in the AL. The NL's a different thing. There are more complete teams. So I take my time with baseball. That's all. I'm excited the Tigers are good. But do I think they're going to rip 120 wins? Now, I'll leave that for the mornings.
No.
Let's go to the people, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's go to Brendan, 97.1. Brendan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. How you doing today?
Good, Brendan.
So I just had thoughts. The umpiring recently in the KBO, the Korean Baseball League, they've instituted the robo-umps. They still have an umpire behind the plate, calling balls and strikes, and making calls on safe route at the plate. But all the reports out there are that the fans love it, and it's made games a lot easier to watch, not dealing with the umps and all that stuff.
So
and in the minors,
what have the complications been?
With that, the players don't love it. For some reason, they like with the challenge system, they still get the adjusted zone kind of from the umpire. But with this, it's just a set zone, adjusted per player.
Look, all I'll tell you is this. When you say, well, the players don't like it, my answer is I don't care. I want the game to be called appropriately. And we've got to get pitch framing out of the game. Because pitch framing 10 years ago, it was nuanced. It was slight. Now it is turned into clownery. I mean, guys are trying to move the mitt 8 to 10 inches. It's ridiculous to watch.
Yeah. Can I offer a comparison for you?
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest basketball guy, but I was talking about this with someone the other week. He compared it to kind of foul baiting in the NBA, where people don't like it, but it's still a skill that you need to have.
It's not bad.
It's kind of that.
Brendan, that is not bad at all. That makes sense. Yeah. What was the equity? What was it? The ethical shooting.
Oh God, if I have to hear that again, please. No, Brendan, that's good. That's very fair.
Actually, yeah, that works.
I like that. He's not an ethical scorer.
Ooh. Are you full James Harden or? Yeah.
Let me go to Donald, 97.1. Donald, what's going on, buddy? Or we'll go to Mike because I hit the wrong button. Mike, what's going on, pal?
Oh, guys.
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Hey.
All right, Mike, take us off speaker. We'll check in with you momentarily. And now we'll go to Donald because I'm going to hit the right button. Donald, what's going on, pal?
Hi, Mike. So I completely agree. It's the Lions. I watched a lot of the Dodgers-Mets series last week.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they're just playing a different sport than the Tigers. I mean, the star power with Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, Lindor, Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, Muncy, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I'm watching the Dodgers, 3-4 run leads. They're coming back from. I feel like when the Tigers are down 2 runs, I can turn the television off. So I think it's a fun story and all. This kind of does remind me of a Moneyball kind of team. But, like, if you actually, like, eye test, and I know the numbers and whatever, and FanDuel Sports throws them up all the time. If you eye test it, even watching Yankees-Dodgers the weekend before that, I mean, it's really, I know you said you don't like the Yankees, and I think if there's a little too many Oswald Peraza at bats for me there. But but it's really like, come on, it's a different sport if you watch those games.
No, and all I've tried to say early on is I can be thrilled at the start, but I do think they have work to do at the deadline. And if you get seduced by the record, Donald, I'm just a big believer. 2/3 of baseball isn't even trying. So you're doing a great job beating up on terrible teams, and you've held your own against good teams. You're probably about a 500 team against good teams. Bottom line is, you have work to do. They need a right-handed bat. They definitely need a high-leverage reliever. And Donald, I'll be honest, if Mize doesn't turn it around, and if Estelle Getty never pitches for this team, Alex Cobb, you might need a starter. I mean, Job is in the wind. I don't even consider him a part of this team because of what will likely be a very harsh innings cap.
I think by the time you get to the playoffs, it's going to be like last year. You're going to see Job coming out the bullpen for this upcoming playoffs.
I will say that the one thing, obviously, the Tigers have going in their favor is that the American League is absolute trash.
Correct.
I mean, the AL East is atrocious. The AL West, come on, it's enough of the Astros here. And then the AL Central, I mean, the Guardians, Royals, Twins, I don't think any of those teams are good. No. So the Tigers, I could see them getting to the ALCS, but I'm sorry, if they get to the World Series and they're playing like the Dodgers or the Mets, I was about to say the Braves, but I have no idea what's going on there.
They can't. But, they keep losing 1-run games. So
yeah, well, I don't know why Brian Snitker is still employed, but okay, I know this is not Atlanta radio.
Yeah.
But if they got to the World Series and played those teams, I'm sorry, that's just heading into the wood chipper.
Maybe, but it also, look, Donald, I agree with you more than I disagree, but let's get there first. And you play a 7-game series, crazy things happen. I want to see what the finished product looks like. If this is the finished product, no, I don't think it's good enough to win it all. But I'm not going to say, I mean, look, to me, if we're sitting here, I don't know, 6 weeks from now, am I wrong? I'd be stunned if Scott Harris doesn't make some moves.
No. I think you should be stunned because at that point you're a have and you need to solidify your place in this year's.
Because your job is to beat the Dodgers.
Yeah.
If you believe you're going to win the World Series, you want to win a World Series. All right, what do I need to beat the Dodgers?
Yep.
And look, if you could tell me Flaherty's back is going to hold up. Well, it's June 9th. I can't say that. Olsen, I don't know what the hell this finger issue is, but I assume he'll be okay. Mize, I need him to look like he was before he got hurt. Tarek Skubal, you know the drill. He's the best pitcher in baseball. Anything happens to him, forget it. This is why baseball is
Which is why I think he's on that pitch count, because they know this is our best chance of winning the World Series.
Well, it's why when people were going nuts about him getting pulled on 90 pitches, it's like, you chicken heads, You don't need him throwing 110 pitches now. You need that in October.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Okay. You really upset me.
Sorry.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, and a perfect view of the big screen, located right in the heart of downtown Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts get to a football today at 4, and then the engagement of the year, Kenneth Cott. We need to help him. He's up against it. Getting married in 2025, it's an 0-2 count. The percentages say, yikes. How do we get Kenny on the right track at the start of the marriage? There's nothing to save if you never have a problem. So we're going to ask you, the people, and I'm going to set some criteria.
Great outlook.
What? It's just the truth.
No, I'm like, wow. That's like a bumper sticker or a T-shirt.
If you build a house on a solid foundation, you'll never have a problem. But if you build it on sand, it's over.
Almost biblical.
Listen, we don't want Kenny's marriage built on sand. That's a problem.
David got it.
Right. Okay. I'm sure that's got something to do with Noah's Ark and a loaf of bread and a bunch of sub sandwiches. But
hey, man, the BMT, underrated.
Okay. I want to get these calls. People have been very patient. David will get some ticket text. Little football today at 4. Sheldon, 97.1. Sheldon, what's going on? Sheldon? And Sheldon.
Sheldon.
All right, we'll move on to Rob, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, boys?
Good. Hey, Rob. What's on your mind?
Thanks for the call. And you know what? Great topic. I'm going back to Lions versus Tigers.
Yeah.
I want to say one thing real quick. You all got to admit, your job is much more fun, and you're looking forward to the drive into work every day than like 3-4 years ago, because we have winning teams.
Yes.
A bunch of bummers that we used to have.
Yes.
And your show is a lot better for it. So
yes, I only get flustered with people in general, Rob. It's not like I love that we don't have to do the
Rob. It's only so much draft talk you can do.
Thank God. Yes, Rob. Yes.
Amen. But Lions versus Tigers right now. I'm saying Lions for sure.
Okay.
But Tigers. If someone called in and said Tigers, especially after watching Flaherty pitch yesterday, how can you not be jacked about the Tigers? I mean, 9 up and 9 down. He fluttered a little, but that was just like, and it's not Scooble. It's a masterpiece. I was like, wow. While I was in the backyard cleaning the garden. So,
all right. So answer the question though. You're still in on the Lions, right? We're all hyped about the Tigers, but you still believe Lions are the city's great hope. You're not ready to go there with the Tigers yet, right?
I'm ready to go with both of them.
Oh dear.
But I'm not like a hopeless slappy, like, oh, everything's great. It's like I've seen some crappy teams. I told people forever. I've been here for a Pistons, I've been here for a Tigers. I've been here for the Red Wings. I was a 20-year season ticket holder for the Red Wings. But if the Lions ever won this, the roof would blow right off this city.
Correct.
It would be like nothing that ever could be imagined before.
I still think they're in the best position because they have the raw talent. I think the Tigers have a system. I don't think they have the talent. I still lean on Lions have a multitude of people that are the best at what they do at their given position. They are all pro. The Tigers have one player like that. One. Yeah. It's Tarek Skubal. He pitches once every 5 days. So I still lean on the Lions. Now, you're going to be right in saying, hey, baseball, you can lose a playoff game. Your season's not over. Lions, as you well know, it's one and done. But the deadline will tell me everything. If the Tigers go all in, I have absolutely no problem saying, okay, they can do this. But I'm not. That's so far away. Yeah. So I got to just wait. And I'm still going to say the Lions have, I don't know, would you say
the Lions have a better chance?
They could be a better team with a worse record.
Yes. They would be battle tested. They would actually played up against good teams, even though they lost.
Like in baseball.
So you won't be surprised when you play the
How many
like
really
Commanders.
Good teams are there in baseball versus the NFL? You might get 2 or 3 teams in the NFL tanking. Major League Baseball, it's 20.
Yeah.
It's awful.
No, you're right. You're right. There are certain teams that as soon as they lose their first game, mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Looking at you, Pittsburgh.
Oh, boy. David, ticket text, please.
Holmes' offseason has been just fine. Disagree with the premise that it was a bad offseason. Getting all the players back healthy is just as good as signing a bunch of free agents. That is Dave at work, so he's picking the Lions.
Again, I disagree with that, but
No. Say it.
No,
say it with your chest.
I think that you could have added to all of those defensive players, and you really could have went out there and got somebody and made this defense the top defense out there to go along with the offense that you had, because you're bringing in new coordinators. You would have had more players there, especially on the defensive line. You want to improve the rest of your defense? Get to the quarterback faster.
You had the trade market, the free agency market, and the draft. How many pass rushers did you acquire?
1.
Oh, a 6th-round pick.
He's a project.
But no, you must not have read all the stories about this kid.
He's in the best shape of his life.
He's going to be a
rookie
of the year.
could be a good player, but like I just this idea, like this is where we've just jumped the shark in this town. Oh, we're hyping up 6th-round picks as the answer for cutscene not acquiring Max Crosby.
It's like,
okay,
are you guys happy he got somebody?
See,
it's like he was in the 6th round. Like, okay, sure.
The challenge system is silly. We just need robot umps with a human standing up relaying the call.
I'm fine with that too. I was trying to just say Benetti gave you the most realistic solution that could be implemented by the playoffs. They're not going to have R2-D2 back there in October. You could have the challenge system.
I'm going Lions. They are on par with all the great teams in football. I am hopeful about the Tigers.
I'm still hope for the Tigers, and I'm expectations for the Lions.
Like I said, for Tigers, you're going to need a couple of players who just rise above what they normally have been and just become lights out in order to win that World Series. Lions, you got stars. You can lean on your stars. Tigers don't have those people to lean on.
Well, what are you
except for
talking
one?
Hey, watch your mouth when you're talking about Zach McKinstry.
Well, it's just
2-4-8.
Let's just hope Carpenter can stay in the game.
Okay, first of all, that's my official Tiger, and you're not allowed to speak on him.
Okay. I thought it was.
I don't want to hear it.
McKinstry.
Hey, with one swing, he changed the game yesterday.
He did.
Watch your mouth.
But wait till Max Clark.
I love Kerry Carpenter. Why is it? I don't want to hear about Max. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about Max Clark. So sick of hearing it. Guy's in single A.
He's going to be the September call-up.
Yeah, great. He went 4 for 4 against Orchard Lake St. Mary's last night, and I got to hear about it. It's ridiculous.
Hey, man, Country Day has tough pitching.
Exactly. At Jackson Lumen Christie. All right, we're done. Let's get football today, and then Kenny, it's time. It is time. We are going to get the good people. I'm going to set some parameters from the people we're going to take calls from. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll just let people give you a window into what you might be getting into. I don't know. I'll make that determination in the next 15 minutes. 97.1. All right, turn our attention to football for about 8 minutes. It's Football Today.
So we're going to go through the top passing trios going into this NFL season.
All right, how many of them?
There are 10 here.
All right, so do you want us to guess, or are you just going to go down the line?
You can guess, but let me first tell you the first honorable mention is Houston, and they maybe say because they're missing Tank Dell.
Well, I thought he was going to be back in 3 days, David.
Mention that one to you guys.
It took him 3 days to reattach his leg. That is your worst take ever.
He got confused.
Noted.
So you can guess if you want to throw out a couple real quick. Yeah.
Can I do one that it has to be on this list or it's invalidated? Fair? Bengals. Burrow, Chase, Higgins.
Bengals, number 1.
All right, I'm done. Rico, take him to 6.
I'll go with Lions. Goff, Amon-Ra, and
J-Mo, Laporta.
Lions, number 3.
Nice job.
So can you guess number 2 between them?
Oh boy! All right, this is such.
I think you all can.
Wow, this is probably a terrible guess. Is it Miami with Tyreek, Waddle, and Tua?
They are number 6.
All right, I wasn't that far.
No, not far at all.
Over to Rico.
I'm trying to think who would be. No,
you can get number 2. I know you can get number 2.
It can't be Kansas City.
No. Just guess what you want to guess.
Kansas City is number 7.
What is that? Worthy, Rashee Rice.
They say Mahomes, Kelsey, and Rice. Yes, they still put Kelsey in there with the trio, yes.
Sure thing.
Hurts? I mean, Philly?
That is number 2 right
nice
there.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Excellent work.
I knew you would get it. So let me go through the rest of them here. I knew you all would do a great job with this. Number 10, Baltimore. Jackson, Flowers, Andrews. I knew Mike was going to laugh.
How are you a top 10 passing trio when the quarterback is blindfolded?
He's not blindfolded, Mike.
Really? Go watch the playoffs.
Andrews had just made the catch.
If he didn't fumble and throw a pick.
He threw for more than 4,000 yards. Flowers got 1,000 of those yards.
I really like Zay Flowers. I do. Look, the best tight end on that team isn't Mark Andrews.
You're right.
It's Isaiah Likely.
Yes.
The kid from Coastal. He's just taking his job. Mark Andrews is like a pumpkin now. What happened?
Injuries, man.
What about Rashad Bateman? That was a Rico guy back in the day.
Don't know why they extended him, but whatever.
Rico loves his Big Ten receivers.
Mean and hurtful.
You were a big Lee Evans guy.
Hey,
all right.
Nobody comes out of Wisconsin like Lee Evans.
Yeah, for a reason.
Number 9. Number 9 would be the San Francisco 49ers with Purdy, Kittle, and Ayuk.
All right.
Even though Ayuk's only going to be there for half a year?
There's my issue.
Yes.
You would have to have an asterisk that it would be Pearsall to start the year, who looked good when he played.
Right.
Kittle, I worry.
See, I think Kittle, he's one of those guys that as soon as you write him off, Mike, he still goes out there and gets the job done. He's like Kelsey.
Okay. How about Buffalo? Shakir, the numbnuts, not Knox, the other tight end, the kid from Ole Miss, Dalton Kincaid, and Josh Allen.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
How about, this is a stretch, but maybe,
Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf and things.
And then the sandwich with fries.
Hold on. Oh, you ready for this? David, I want to have some fun with you since I've had to listen to you about Russell Wilson all year. Hey, do you want to know how your quarterback sucks? Because Daniel Jones makes more money than him.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
David. You son of a... I had to listen to you about Mr. Dangerous all year. Rodgers, 13 million. Blank face Danny Dimes, 14. Woo!
So, David, who do you think wins the mythical trade? Since you
Burn
guys
in hell, David.
It's basically a trade, right?
Traded quarterbacks.
Yeah, it is basically a trade.
Who wins that trade?
It's called mutually assured destruction. All we did was give each other the launch codes. We're both going to press the button at the same time. Our teams are going to win 10 games combined.
He's in better shape because
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the Jets and Pittsburgh.
I thought he gave me Russell Wilson.
No, they basically made the trade.
Yeah, so
whatever.
passing trios.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I forgot the other but see, the other quarterback went to the Giants. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh.
You 3 teams, you're Spider-Man.
Yeah,
man.
we are. Yes, we are.
Hashtag blessed.
All right, back to this. You okay, David?
I'm not okay. I am not okay.
He just realized that he signed a nutcase hippie as a quarterback.
Would Minnesota be on this list?
Minnesota is not on this list.
Only reason is it's McCarthy totally unproven, but I know why you guessed it. There's the skill is there.
All right, then I will go with the Commanders.
The Commanders are in the honorable mention. The other team there, honorable mention.
Mm-hmm.
So number 8 on the list will be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mayfield, Evans, and Godwin.
What about Ibuka?
They did not.
No, I know. It just
Big Ten receiver.
They've got. That's your man. You love Ibuka.
Hey, you won me a lot of money this past season.
A lot of money. So listen,
maybe too much.
Tampa is possibly the most ever. Listen, the Bucks are fascinating because look at the guys he listed: Godwin, Evans. They also have McMillan, the kid they drafted out of UW.
Mm-hmm.
They draft Ibuka. It's like, how many receivers are you going to throw the ball to? And they got Bucky Irving.
Yeah, they could be on this list maybe again next year with 2 different receivers.
But the funny thing is, they're probably one of the most underrated teams. Nobody ever speaks of the Bucks when it comes to the better teams in the NFL.
You're exactly right.
Because they're consistently good. You know what consistently good is? The Bucks. Remember that, Brad.
So they're the NFC version of the Steelers.
Yeah, it's fun enough, but what does it result in? Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's enough Steelers slander there. Number 7, you got Kansas City earlier. Number 6, you got Miami. That was earlier. Number 5, the Rams.
So who's Kansas City?
Kansas City.
Rashi, Rice, Kelsey, Mahomes.
Okay. Yeah.
I would take Kelsey out and just put Xavier Worthy in there.
I would as well. Number 5 would be the Los Angeles Rams with Stafford, Nakua, and Adams.
Yes.
Yes. God, Adams went there.
Yep. No, then that's a perfect spot.
Number 4 on this list, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, no.
Dak Prescott,
Nope.
CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens.
Nope.
You know what?
You lost me.
I would not have guessed them at all.
You lost
I was willing to put JJ on there with Addison and
makes sense.
Jefferson.
You lost me on this one. I mean, I can't list Pickens as an asset. He's an ass. He's just unstable, and you don't know what you're getting play to play. He's crazy, David.
Yeah.
CD's a stud. And Dak, he probably takes more slander than he should. But the Pickens part of that, I just, come on.
I agree with you, and he's saying the right things now, and he got a number 1 with him, but the minute you're on that field and you're not getting that ball, he's still going to act the same way.
He's insane.
But the Commanders were honorable mention.
Correct.
Well, who were the 3 in your mind?
Would be Scary Terry, Debo,
and Debo's the weak link.
Davis.
I think Debo is a nice complementary piece. And look, he may not want to run the football, but in Kingsbury's offense, he better be ready for 5 to 7 carries a game.
And the final,
especially in the red zone, you know what they're going to be doing,
right?
The final team.
Oh yeah, run the option.
The final team in the honorable mention, because you all got the top 3 there, it was the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Trey McBride. That was the final honorable mention.
I'm going to go down with the ship. I'm going to be Rose on the board. I think Kyler's going to have a huge year, and I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Wow, we're going to put that on the board.
Like regular huge or huge for Kyler?
Do you mean a short joke or you mean?
Wow. Man, I walked right into that. Big enough that he can ride the rides at Cedar Point, okay? He won't be mistaken as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
He's going to have a fun summer riding those rides.
Jeez.
You got to be this tall.
That is your football today.
Damn. We've mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They do it all the time, and everything's in stock all the time. Plan it, build it, buy it, right where the pros go. It's Northville Lumber. You can stop by the showroom, take home some samples as well. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trek Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay. If you want Tigers, Lions, we've even had the MLB State of Umpiring, which if you were watching Tigers Cubs this weekend, holy hell was it a disaster. Odyssey.com rewind. We wanted to just take 2 segments today. In a stunning turn of events. I mean, stunning. This would be more stunning than like peace in the Middle East or the left and the right getting along. Kenny Cott is engaged. This really...
Hell of a setup.
This is stunning. Stunning. Bravo. I mean, bravo. But
Hercules.
Right. But now comes the difficult part. See, Kenny was stunned when we gave him divorce statistics. So we said, listen, let's just do this. Let's get Kenny out to a good start. Like if Kenny's a horse and he's in the gate, let's get him out of the gate and into the race here. I don't want to, we don't want to see Kenny bobble right out of the gate.
When you said 60-40, I thought the 60 was the stay together, not the divorce.
Oh, no.
rate.
Well,
No,
you know
it
what,
was
Kenny?
opposite.
Here's the thing. I'm going to abstain. I'm going to let these 3 help you out with the callers because I can't give you much advice, except for I will say retire the hot dog roller, okay?
I guess I'm part of the 60%.
I feel like that's already been established in the house, so that's
Yes,
living
it
there.
is.
All right,
It's
hold
like
on.
a
So
pet
Evan
now.
Jenkins is joining us. So here's my question. Listeners, if you're out there at 4:15, if you've listened to the show for any amount of time, you know Kenny Cott. I mean, you've really gotten to know him over the years. It's a stunning moment. He found someone to marry him. The point is, what tip would you have for what Kenny is getting into? And really, if you have some tips for him. And again, you could love your marriage. You could hate your marriage. Use a fake name. The point is, I want Kenny to really get a good sampling from our audience, and preferably not ticket texters. I want Kenny to hear it from your voice, people. So right now, phone lines are open for the first time this show. We've had great feedback from the people. There's no wait time. I need 10 people right now who would like to impart wisdom on Kenny, either how to make the marriage work or what you're in for. Because again, Kenny has no idea what he's doing. And this is going to be a very exciting time for the show. I think there's going to be some great content.
I feel like you could just about say that about just about anything in my life. Kenny has no idea what he's doing. Just pull that. Actually, David, pull that as a drop. Kenny has no idea.
Actually, not far from the truth. Kenny's engaged. Give us your biggest piece of advice for him. 248-539-9797. Now, Evan, you're a very busy man. You are the nervous center of basically anything on the ticket that's not radio.
And I'm nervous.
Videos, socials, the little stupid stories they make you write. Listen to me. You have advice for him.
I have a good piece.
You've been married for how long now?
5 years.
Would you consider it a good marriage?
Yes.
You better say yes.
We're together.
I know your wife. She'll kill you. So listen.
Strong marriage.
It's okay. Okay. Build it up. Build it up.
Maybe quite the strongest ever.
Okay. What is your singular biggest piece of advice for Kenny as he embarks on the adventure of marriage?
Think twice before you speak. Don't just go blurting it out. I've had to learn that one. Always. Jokes that you might think are funny at the time may not be so funny to her. Yes.
Roberts.
Always think twice before you speak.
All right, Kenny, think before speaking. That's Evan's. Okay, hold on.
Oh, they're switching. They're switching.
Yes, because we'll get to
Right.
David. I don't know should give any advice considering he bragged about not buying his wife a Christmas gift.
That is true. Do not buy gifts and have lots of sex for lots of kids.
Booth.
That's David.
Give me
the booth.
You talking about Antonio Cromartie?
I told that to Kenny before, though. Always think twice.
You're like the poster child for, man, I really put my foot in my mouth that time.
I don't anymore. I think it through, and I'm like, how is this going to go over?
Evan got sent to the farm. He got broken.
I've always been very reactionary with everything I do, but I've learned.
All right, but the jokes you think are funny aren't.
I mean, they're funny. Don't get me wrong.
Just
they're
not
just
to
not
her.
funny to everybody.
Now, there are many things I could say to Kenny that would, in fact, not only be perceived as insulting, but would be actually insulting. I'm not going to do that.
Wow, you're really taking the high road here.
Wow.
Hell of a
Way
setup.
to go, Mike, not being a jerk.
This is personal growth. I'll say
Kenny, don't serve possum stew.
She might like it. You don't know.
Ditch the Macho Man t-shirt. There are things we could do, but we're not going to do that. I'll give you legitimate advice. It is the biggest piece of advice I could give you, and all I could tell you is this works for me in my marriage. You must have set aside time to have separate pursuits. Set aside time. She's going to do her thing. You're going to do yours. And it's not quid pro quo. This isn't a hostage negotiation. You're not tracking what she does. She's not tracking what you do.
No tit for tat.
It's not billable hours.
No, in the space between, you have the things that you mutually love and want to accomplish in life. But if I'm telling you, any couple I know where they are just completely, just insufferably like stage 5 clingers, it doesn't work. You can't be around all the time. It's okay. Let her, she go does her thing. You go do yours. You're always going to meet back in the middle. That's a healthy marriage.
See, that's what's good about working and doing what we do now is she's already kind of used to that, and that if I have to watch Sunday Night Football, if I have to watch the Lions on Sunday, like there's always separate times where I'm already doing separate things that she might not even be interested in,
That's
that
good.
she can go over there and do
And
something
don't
else.
ask her to be interested.
No, I would never. If she
Okay.
wants to, great. If not, no big deal.
That is my biggest piece of advice I could give anybody.
Okay.
Just because you get married doesn't mean your life stops.
Let me piggyback off of that because this is probably going to stop for Mr. Cott. Kenny,
say it.
Kenny has logged. Can I say the actual amount?
No, you can say it. I don't care.
In 2024, 165 of those calendar days were spent playing MLB The Show.
Huh?
In the year of 2024, Kenny Cott played MLB The Show 165 calendar days. 24 hours a day of those 165 days. It's logged on PlayStation.
I probably should correct it. It wasn't all at once, but
No,
it
no,
was,
no.
But the time.
the combined amount of hours.
Anyway, let me get to my point.
Hold on, no.
Play now, Kenny.
No, stop.
Play now.
Wait a minute.
You can see how many hours somebody has played.
What's the total hours?
Whatever 165 days was.
Times 24?
Yes.
What?
He killed it, man. This guy is
Kenny, you go weeks without getting a haircut. You couldn't take 10 minutes?
Slightly under 4,000 hours.
Yes, that's about right.
Georgia Bacon, man. We were raking that year. I don't know what to tell you.
9,960 hours to be exact.
For any dorks out there, if you complete every task in a PlayStation game, you get a platinum trophy. Kenny should have like 7 of them on his mantle right now.
Should have a trophy case over here.
4,000 hours?
Isn't that awesome? So
Are
Kenny,
you sure you didn't like go out of town and just leave your TV on or something?
No, I just after work, I'll get home, I'll put whatever game I need to watch on one screen, and then.
I mean, Kenny, you're about a year and a half away from becoming an expert. They say you need 10,000 hours of doing something to be an expert.
Well, if you combine the year before and the year after, we might be there.
And then when
I'm already there.
When you factor in all the days he's not sick, but he says he's sick, that's how you end up at 4,000 hours.
That's like 3 a year. And I'm also sick on those days.
72 hours. I mean.
Oh, my God.
So,
okay.
Kenny, play now while you can, because it's going to change a little bit.
There's going to need to be a little moderation.
It's going to change.
Now, can we get David to get a piece of advice here? I think it's important to hear from David. We joke about it. I think David's a good husband. I'm not sure what some of the things he
has
says.
to be. They're still together, multiple kids.
I don't know.
I heard about this whole gift fiasco, too.
Oh,
no, but
get the upper hand early.
Well, David
I got no hand.
David does a good job because when he's with his family, he is the ultimate father, and you could tell they still love him.
I think they
forced
do.
to it right
I
now.
think they do.
Or, I don't know.
I think they do.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, your
David.
wife said nothing but good things about you.
David, this is important because you are, and this is no smarm, no radio hyperbole. David is an actual marital counselor for his church, which is hilarious. If you're going to David to save your marriage, you're effed. The point is, David actually coaches married couples. Utterly hilarious to me.
Okay, but real quick, have you ever told somebody, you know what? No, just don't do this.
Yeah, this is the end.
Yeah.
Or do you have to say, we can find a way to make this work? Or can you be honest and be like, you two should have never have met?
If this is before they get married and I see some warning signs, I'll definitely say.
No. They're married. They're sitting down. You can see it's off. Are you ever just like, you know what? That might be the best choice.
Pull the plug.
Lot of prayer.
At some point, that'll come. Sometimes.
You know what? Let's just call it here.
All right, hold on.
So, if you ever saw this dating app?
So here's the deal. Before we get to a cavalcade of marital counselors, the men of Detroit want to speak to you, Kenny, and give advice so you don't F this up any more than you're already going to. David, look deep into Kenny's eyes and offer him the advice as if you are sitting in the little confessional or whatever your little office is down there.
I don't know if this has been said already. I was answering phones, but I will tell you this, Kenny. Understand your strengths and weaknesses. If she's better at things that you're weaker at, lean in on that. If she's better at finances, you better lean into her if she's better.
Automatically she is, because I've never met anyone worse than Kenny.
Just saying. Don't just be like, I'm the man of the house to do what I say. No, that's not going to work, okay? Sometimes she can help you.
You could hand Kenny $10 million. He'd be broke in 13 minutes. I've never met somebody like this guy.
I believe in you, Kenny.
What do you mean we can't DoorDash the reception?
All right. No. You're out of order. Stand down.
I thought we weren't doing this.
We are not.
I thought
Kenny?
what we're not going to do is say he's going to DoorDash his wedding.
No,
That
Kenny.
is what we're
Kenny,
not going to do.
Kenny, I have your back. You're a problem.
All right.
Now,
I'll see you tomorrow.
What we're not going to do is possum stew. We're not going to make possum stew jokes.
all right, so we are going to go to the people, and they are going to give you their biggest advice now that you're an engaged human being, which is a stunning moment in time. We go to Matt to kick things off, 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey guys, love the show, and I was dying. So just celebrated 10 years of marriage with my wife. She's given me a lot of beautiful children, and I'm only 35 years old. So got a little young guy advice for you.
Okay.
Don't do it. Walk away. Walk away.
Man, this segment's off to a great start.
Not where I thought this was going, Matt.
All right. In all seriousness, the best piece of advice I can give, understand what hills you can and cannot die on, and walk away from the ones that aren't worth dying on. Just let her have her way.
Kenny, in essence, don't swing at the fastball low and away. It's on the black. You're not going to do any damage with it. You just got to let it go by. Okay, that's a strike. Yep. That's what Mike is, that's what Matt's telling you.
That's a strong start for advice because I'm a pretty stubborn guy and I do kind of plant a flag a little bit too soon with these types of arguments. So it's good advice.
You know, and she wants to go to the cider mill and there's nothing on TV. Don't put up a fight. Just, hey, let me grab my flannel. Be right there.
What if something's on TV?
DVR it.
Okay, all right. Yep. Kenny, just Matt is giving advice. You do what
I'm
you
here
want.
for it.
My advice would be the cider mill could be her thing. It doesn't mean it has to be your thing.
Well, it's already kind of an us thing already. So.
Oh, well, then you have no ground to stand on.
That is correct.
DVR,
I often find I don't have ground to stand on.
DVR it, go into the bubble like Doug does.
I want to go to Tom in Ann Arbor, 97.1. Tommy, your advice for Kenneth Cott.
Hey, guys, this is Tom. My advice is to go to bed angry.
What? Your advice is to go to bed angry?
Go to bed angry. Don't hash it out before you before you fall asleep. You're going to say something you don't mean. It's going to start a bigger fight. She's going to remember it forever. Go to bed angry. Wake up. Make her some coffee. Make some breakfast. Calmer heads prevail.
So do you go to bed separate rooms or same bed?
Oh, absolutely not. She would not give me the pleasure of sleeping on the couch. She makes me sleep right next to her.
Oh, boy.
I worry if this is good advice.
That's good.
Listen.
I swear, hey, man, 19 and a half years into it.
Wait, David, you're saying thumbs up to this.
Yeah, that's good. I know people always try to say fix your problems before you go to – you're not always going to fix your problem before you go to bed. Sleep on it. Talk about it in the morning. You'll be all right.
When everybody's all heated, the words come out, and it's like toothpaste in a toothpaste tube. Once they come out, you can't put that back in there.
And believe me, you might be angry, sleeping next to each other, and then you just might fix it. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean,
David's in the kitchen cooking grits.
She's got a little poke in the back a couple times, and sometimes it works.
Okay.
What are we doing?
You know what?
This is what we asked for.
So, Tigers, Lions.
No. We have people care about Kenny Cott, and they want to talk to Kenny Cott.
Kenny, I don't really know what to say about that last.
Yeah, that was odd. That was an odd one.
You don't have to say anything because the marriage counselor from Greater Life Church says this is. By the way, if that's the advice he's giving to people, oh boy. 248-539-97. I've never heard of go to bed angry. I want to know, don't you mean don't? No.
I thought his call dropped. Like, okay, he missed the don't.
Yeah, before I switched with David, I screened that call, and I was 100% sure I misheard him. I was like, oh, he's going to say don't go to bed angry.
No.
That makes sense.
Okay, listen. Well, I mean, look, first of all, Kenny's terrible at conflict. So it's very possible he goes to bed angry because Kenny doesn't want to handle the problem. He doesn't like conflict. That's not an insult.
Oh, no, it wasn't that.
Real.
I'm still like, wow, I wasn't.
Why do you think he gets mistreated by Kang every day? He doesn't like conflict.
So you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models? There's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton's leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer, whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, heck, even a drop top. Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025s and 26 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the June Rico deal, a 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $299 a month for 36 months. Just walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, if you're looking for more, intense Tiger discussion, Lions, we kind of juxtaposed the two. We also really got into MLB umpires, and my God, is it a low point. And solutions. Odyssey.com Rewind. We'll mix it in as well in the 5 o'clock. But the cot nuptials, Kenny got engaged. A stunning. I mean, that was right on FanDuel next to MSU winning the national championship in football. And Kenny somehow pulled this off. So what we wanted was your advice. Give Kenny advice so he doesn't become a statistic. We want this to be successful because, I don't know. It's sad Kenny is useless, and I don't want that. So listen, we're giving Kenny an olive branch.
No.
And the people are, look at these people. His adoring public.
You're right, Kenny. But you know what? I don't think Kenny, I think you're going to buck the trend. You're going to be on that 40 side. I got faith in you.
I'm glad you do.
I'm kidding. It's the gleam in his eye whenever he speaks of his soon-to-be bride. No, seriously, like Kenny is a different person when he speaks.
A lot of gleam. All right, let's go to Chris. 97.1. Chris, what's going on, bud?
How we doing?
Good.
All right, here's my advice, Kenny. First of all, how old are you? I don't know how old Kenny is.
Kenny's 30.
Yeah.
30. Okay, that's fair age. You got to be selfless, man. If you really, first of all, I would say take Matt's advice, dude, and don't do it because there's very little legal advantage to you being married. But if you are going to do it,
that's not good, man.
I'm telling you, man. Anyway, 11 years married, man. You got to be selfless, and you have to support your lady, man, no matter what, without zero expectation of anything in return. And if you can do that, then you become like a strong team, which is what you can't do by yourself. That's what I tell my kids. You know what I mean? So being married is you're a couple now. You're like a power couple in that sense. And you need to push the rock up the hill together. Don't be playing tug of war and do dumb stuff like that. That's my advice.
Okay. I mean, listen, Chris is right. I mean, Kenny, it's what I described to you. Chris probably put it better. You can't, this isn't a bargaining thing. This isn't a score. You don't keep score. Like, if you're going to be teammates, you're going to be teammates. And that's where the trust is. But now, I'm just telling you, I don't know how you're going to be a strong husband.
I'm a Kaiser. I'm a czar.
No, you're a Kaiser roll.
Oh.
You can't. I don't know how he's going to be this strong, supportive figure with a hot dog roller in the living room.
Mike, have you ever thought that the happy-go-lucky regular guy that you see in the office today is not the guy that is at home when he's with his woman and only his woman?
No.
Okay.
No, I really haven't. I know the other version of you is ballpark Kenny.
Right.
And that guy's definitely divorced.
So is that guy like slick back hair Kenny at the ballpark?
Opposite.
Oh.
Opposite.
Okay. Because I'm slick back hair Kenny.
I like that Kenny. That Kenny's my favorite version of Kenny. We don't get to see him very often.
Wait, which one?
The slick back hair Kenny. That Kenny's the best.
Wrong answer.
That is, oh boy.
Wrong answer.
David, you may need to immediately go into support mode.
Wrong answer, Kenny.
Let's go to Steve in 97.1. Stevie, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Big fan of the show.
Thanks, pal.
Hey, so, Kenny, first of all, I'm not going to be one of those guys that says don't get married. I love being married. I've been with my wife for 17 years, married 10. It's great. I love every second of it. My one big piece of advice would be do the little things. Take out the trash. Do the dishes every now and then. Have dinner planned for her before she gets home. You know, things like that. It's the little things that go a long way with the marriage.
Kenny, but see, Kenny can't cook other than putting hot dogs on a roller, Steven. This is a problem.
They got air fryers and everything nowadays. It should be easy for him.
Yes, I'll be just fine.
But he's not wrong. Hey, Kenny, let me ask you this. Hold on, Steven, stay with me on this. So, like, Kenny, what are you bringing to the table? Like, what do you actually do?
What do you say you do here?
Like, I don't imagine you even knowing how to operate a washer or dryer. So, like, what do
I do know how. I do laundry. I do a bunch of housework. I do a lot of things.
Okay, hold on. So,
a lot of things.
So, Steven, he's bringing something to the table at least, right?
Kenny's out here doing the ladder drill, trying to avoid the rakes.
I mean, he still has to do the man stuff, too. You know, the typical man stuff, you know, fixing things in the house, doing the outside yard work and things like that. But I'm talking the stuff that's not common. You know, the things that most men think are a woman's job. You got to do that sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to bite
no
the bullet.
sweat. I do that all the time.
Would you consider a hot dog roller next to your living room TV uncommon?
It's a push and
I
pull.
would
All
consider
right.
that's a bit of a college thing. I'm not sure about that one.
That one's got to go. Steven, I'm telling you.
Why do you keep trying to replace my hot dog roller?
Because
it's
ridiculous.
It is not ridiculous. You just haven't lived yet.
David, you're the marriage counselor down at the church. Guy comes in saying he's got a hot dog roller next to his bed. Ridiculous or not?
I'm saying grow up. I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying in the session. I'm starting the session that way.
I'm not allowed to speak.
No, listen, you're being a good soldier about this. It's a stunning moment, Kenny being engaged.
David, before we go to break, I have a question for you being Mr. Marriage Counselor. This is serious. What is the most common thing that people will come in and say? Like, what's the biggest problem that seems to pop up the most within your marriage people?
Oh, I got this one.
Oh, so if you got a top 10 power ranking.
Yeah, what's
problem.
number one on the power rank?
Bitch, set me up.
That is not it.
One of the best YouTube clips ever. If you know, you know. Just go look up the mayor of DC. Bitch, set me up. Go ahead, David.
That is not it. Usually most marital problems is because of money. Okay. So that's usually where the basis is. And then you can figure out layers from there.
So money is the basically.
Yes.
Okay. 6 degrees of money.
So does she know I work in radio? That's a problem.
Not what I thought would have been number one, but money. Okay.
But Kenny is so bad with finances. Okay.
I'm not that bad.
The last time I said
have.
something, I got yelled at. So.
Well, you ain't that good either.
I'm good enough.
You're not.
The ship still floats, my friend. We're not going under.
Okay.
You know what? More next. 97.1.
Okay, then. Listen. Moran Buick GMC right now, lease 25 Sierra Crew Cab, $279 a month, 0 down Sierras. They've got them. 25 Buick Envisions. They've got them. $279 and $294 a month, respectively. Inventory rolling in daily. Yes, Yukon Denali's. They've got it all. It's Moran. Go there. Get your certified service at moranexpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at moranexpress.com. That's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's touch the table. A little bit of football. All wrapped up. Put a bow on it. It's football today. David. I know what this is. This ain't going to be David. This is going to be bubblegum shirt over here.
No, it's me.
Oh, my God. College football that he's not providing?
It is me because
David, unless you know something I don't.
No.
If
Over to
people
David.
paid attention to the news, there was a settlement, a house settlement for NIL in college sports. So what I found here is the 25 NIL deals, richest NIL deals this season, going into this year in college sports. So I'm going to go through them.
Is Deloitte going to be reviewing all of these?
No, these are just what we have currently that are already gone through. Has nothing to do with that. That will be July 1st. So let's start
Such lack of faith.
Not going to go through all of them, but in the bottom of this list, we have about 3 or 4 people at $2 million. Auburn quarterback Jackson Arnold.
How?
Getting $2 million.
I have to stop you right there. Jackson Arnold is yet to show he can play Division I football. Mm-hmm. Think about that statement. Not that he's been good and he's overpaid. Jackson Arnold is vomit. $2 million for a guy who bombed out at OU. What are we doing?
Because you have to have a quarterback, Mike, and you're hoping that your quarterback's going to come to the school, transfer, and become that Heisman Trophy candidate.
$2 million. What game tape of Jackson Arnold's did you want to spend $2 million on?
It's not game tape. It's supply and demand. If you can convince that booster, this is the guy that's going to take us over the top.
Wait, if it's not about game tape, what the hell is it about? His personality?
The coaches.
What do you get reviews around campus? Yeah. He's good in bed? I mean, what's the story? Rico, it's got to be about tape.
It has to be about tape. It's an NIL evaluation based on what you can do.
David, it's based on the transfer portal. And if you look at the portal, it's basically the lottery. You're hoping to get lucky. There's nothing about you'll see a play or two where you're like, wow, that person's pretty good. Maybe I can extrapolate that and make him a good player. But this is why you overpay.
Extrapolate this. He was the 91st rated quarterback via QBR at Oklahoma. $2 million. My God. Go ahead.
He's got more.
I'm sorry. I hate this kid. Next.
That's fine. The other quarterback that's at $2 million is Nico I. He's getting $2 million at UCLA. So
and he took a pay cut. He was at 4.3.
Correct.
Wanted a raise. Here's what they told him. See ya. And he took a pay cut. Now you're at UCLA playing in front of 18 nerds.
A little bit more money, just $2.1 million. But Florida guard Boogie Flan getting $2 million.
We're doing football and basketball?
It's all throughout, yeah.
I mean, look, really good freshman year. He missed a lot of time with injury, but when he came back, he helped him make an NCAA run. It is basketball, to Rico's point. There's only 5 guys that really matter. I guess I could make sense of that.
That one you're okay.
Yeah, because it's basketball. It's not a roster of 100 kids.
No.
With an evaluation, NIL evaluation of $2.3 million, you go to Nebraska. Quarterback Dylan Raiola.
Rico.
No, but Nebraska really wanted him. They stole him from Georgia. So you had to overpay.
Recruiting, yeah.
You had to overpay to get him. And at the time, he was going to be the next great quarterback. That's the price of doing business. And Dom Raiola's kid.
Really hard to walk in as a true freshman and be good. Like, impossible.
And then you got that weird Patrick Mahomes fetish thing going on.
You know what?
Be
You're
yourself.
right.
There's a lot going on there.
You're right. I hate him. Okay, David, go ahead.
Number 17 on this list at evaluation of $2.4 million. It is Ohio State safety Caleb Downs.
Highest paid safety in history.
Yes.
He's a really good football player. He was a freshman All-America. He was arguably the best safety in college football as a freshman. Maybe the smartest college football player on defense in America. Hey, if you're OSU, you got the scratch.
You won the title. So
like
you
a
know
Rolls Royce. You want a Rolls Royce? Buy it. It comes with an umbrella. I don't know.
You took him from Bama and you won the title. So you know what? In their eyes, we won. It was worth every penny.
They're paying Caleb Downs $2.4 million. We're paying kids in 2.4 Biscoff cookies. Go ahead, David.
They're very tasty cookies.
They're underrated.
And number 15, wide receiver, Alabama wide receiver, Ryan Williams at $2.7 million is his evaluation.
I have a hard time with it, but Rico hates wideouts. So go ahead. I'll let him go first. He hates these people.
I wouldn't pay that, but Alabama feels like he's going to be that next receiver because they've been cranking out receivers kind of like Ohio State lately. And David, he makes plays. He's a dangerous person out there. I wouldn't pay him the money, but you know what? Doesn't come from me. So good for you, kid.
This next player here, going back to Texas Tech, he took his name out of the NBA draft. His number is being reported at $2.8 million. That is JT Toppin, but there's also other reports that it might hit $4 million.
It's probably the latter. I mean, I just view him a lot like the kid Michigan got in Landeborg. Kind of that late first-round pick, highly productive. If you can get him to come back to school, you got to bribe him.
Yeah, he'll be a man amongst boys.
The Michigan player, by the way, is at $2.3 million. So
I thought it was 4.
That's what they're saying, but other reports. Yeah.
The unfortunate part is you're never going to know the truth. It's like somebody bragging in high school about how many women they had. You'll never know.
Number 11, the evaluation here is at $3 million. Again, that's what they're saying. Other reports say otherwise. It is Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood.
It's the same as Raiola. You're probably paying for what he'll do for you next year, not this year. You needed to get him on campus. You overpay. He won't be good year one, and you hope he blossoms like Nebraska hopes Raiola does. That's all I could say.
And see, I don't think it's that, Mike. I think you're actually paying because you had to take him away from somebody. So you had to entice him to leave. For Raiola, we need you to leave Georgia. For Underwood, we need you to leave LSU and come here. So we're going to overpay you to make sure that, we get our wish.
But you agree they're both going to stink in year one. Well, stink is saying a lot. How about won't be great year one?
They're going to struggle. They're going to find out that college is a lot different and faster than high school.
The next two players are number 10 and 9 on the list, respectively. It is Sam Levitt at 3.1 and Drew Aller at 3.1 as well.
I just don't understand either. Look, I'm Sam Levitt has potential and he's gritty and the team rallies for him. But like, if you watched Arizona State football, it's not like Sam Levitt was great.
No, but
Aller, forget it. I leave that to Rico. I quit.
Why do you leave all the bad stuff for me?
I continue to be told Drew Aller's amazing and I don't understand it.
He's amazing against bad teams. He is absolutely amazing. And against good teams, all he does is he's the perfect game manager. You got 2 NFL running backs in the backfield. You had a jack-of-all-trades tight end who's now in the NFL. You didn't have to do much. Just don't throw the ball away and don't fumble. As far as Sam Levitt, David, he took Arizona State to a place where they never thought they were going to go. He could walk in and ask for anything, and they would give it to him right now.
Number 8 is Cade Klubnik at 3.4.
He's worth it. He's a Heisman contender. He turned it around last year. They made the playoff. He's an upperclassman. See, this is what I can't stand. It's like you're paying these freshmen, like Rico just said. Why am I paying you? You don't know if you can play. Klubnik has gone through the wars. He performed last year. You pay the kid.
Next 3 are all at the same evaluation. Quarterbacks, Florida quarterback DJ Lagway, 3.7. Lenoris Sellers, 3.7.
Stud.
And Garrett Nussmeier, $3.7 million.
Rico?
Lenoris Sellers. I mean, really?
Stud. He's awesome.
Then why does he play for South Carolina? Why didn't he play for a real team?
What's wrong?
Mike,
they should be a good team.
You know what? It is. This is what you get for always dumping this garbage in my plate. Hey, this guy's bad. What about him?
Right, I gave you Nussmeier. Rico.
See? Yeah, famous father. They're banking that he is going to be all of that. I think that, David, this may be for Kelly's job. Nussmeier has to work for Brian Kelly at LSU.
Next on the list, I never know how to pronounce his last name, but it's BYU forward AJ DeBonsa.
Yeah, number 1 player,
Yep.
A one and done, will be the number 1 overall guy in the NBA.
Yes.
And they've got that BYU grad billionaire, the guy who bought the Utah Hockey Club and the Jazz.
Yeah.
It's the same guy. He plays pickup hoops at BYU at 5 a.m. I don't know. You want to go to BYU? Here's $7 million.
I don't think he's going to get the same notoriety as Cooper Flagg did. I don't know if he can play as much as Cooper Flagg, but that's what they're hoping for at BYU, except for, nobody's lining up to play you, so we won't know how good this kid is. It could be like, all the top talent that supposedly came out of Gonzaga until they got to the league and you found out that they were just average.
In top 3, that makes all the sense to me, is you have Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith, 4.2, Carson Beck, 4.3, and Arch Manning, 6.8.
Okay, Carson Beck, I don't know. Mike, I'll leave that one to you.
He's got one shot. I mean, this is it for him. He was the number 1 pick going in. He bombed. Then he blew out his arm. Okay, better if he performs, he'll be Cam Ward. But I question, he's got a lot of decision-making issues. The Arch Manning thing, Rico, show me.
If his last name was Johnson, I don't know if he would get this much money. It's Manning. You're trying to get next to Peyton Manning, and you're hoping that the lineage kicks in, and he'll play just as well as his uncles.
That is your college sports NIL Blitz.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. A couple of notes, and everybody can get involved here. Whether it is off of a big weekend of Tiger baseball, the state of MLB umps, I don't think it's ever been worse. Jason Benetti and Andy Dirks even had a conversation about it, and it was egregious if they sided with the opposition. But it was, can't we just put the challenge system that has been experimented with in spring training and implement it for the playoffs? I mean, ridiculous. But the other topic we are rapping about, Kenny Cock got engaged, and his adoring public has wanted to spread advice. We have offered, look, get off on the right foot, give yourself a chance in 2025 of a successful marriage, because frankly, most of them end up like the Titanic. So it's just, Kenny, it's true. It's stats. That's not even like,
bro, you've been filled with facts all day long. Haven't been the greatest stats, but facts are facts.
Truth. But people, if you want to pass your biggest piece of advice to Kenny, we would love it. Kenny getting married, it's a sign of the end of days. And we want to empower Kenny to have a fighting chance in this thing called love. So whether it is the state of MLB umps, and whether you want robot umps or the challenge, are the Tigers the new Lions? Are they the great hope in this town? But it's also, we have a couple open lines. Been very busy on the phone lines today. If you would like no wait time and you would like to speak to Kenny Cock and give him advice, whether your marriage is great or hell on earth every day that you wake up, just give Kenny the sage advice he needs to have a chance. Because it's a stunning development. Stunning. 248-539-9797. Before we go to the people, David, we are way overdue on ticket text. I'm sure many people, I'd like people to call to speak to Kenny, but I'm sure the ticket texts are just.
Yeah, it's easier if you call, because if you get like the one person who said go to bed angry, it's okay. Because I would have said no. They probably meant don't, and it was a typo.
There's been too many don'ts. There's been at least 2 or 3 people that said don't do it also, which I'm not particularly a fan of.
Listen, all I will tell you is this. I don't speak for anyone else. I can just tell you, Kenny, if you do this right and you found the right person, being married's great. I love being married. I love my wife. I love my life. I am there. I don't have anything to complain about. Literally nothing. We work as a team. But what I gave you the advice last hour, not that I'm some kind of Nostradamus, I'm just telling you, one of the biggest things, I empower her to pursue the things she wants to pursue. She always has my back with even the zaniest things I want to pursue. You have to be okay being apart, because that's healthy. These couples that crawl up each other's ass, it's a road to madness.
Gives you time to miss each other.
Yes. And whether part of that is my work schedule or outside interests, business or otherwise, for her and her life pursuits, like, you're not supposed to constantly be in alignment on everything, but you have to show the other person enough grace to chase what they want. So that's the only thing I can tell you. Like, my happy place is the four walls that I call home. So I consider myself incredibly blessed. I love being home. If I didn't, I'd have a real problem. So
Not where I thought you were going to go. I thought you were going to say the track.
Oh, I love the track. Right. But I'm saying you have to be happy at home.
No, yes.
I could be happy at the track every day. I don't know that I'd be married, but I could absolutely. Where's that program?
I just need Big G in a hat. That's it.
No, truthfully, you need breaks from the track.
Really?
You can't do that every day. You'll drive yourself to mania and potential bankruptcy. So no, I'm good. But yeah, you got to get your beak wet.
Gotcha.
But now that the Belmont's done, we take a little power down, and then we charge up for the tour de force that is Saratoga. And then my life ends, and it's football season. And
then the one in San Diego.
Yeah, exactly. A Breeders' Cup?
Yes.
Well, listen, that's not an issue on the home front. I can go if I want to go. I'd love to have my wife come with me. I got to figure out if I can leave here.
Just go.
No, not you. I'm saying with 8 million different things. Do you know the scheduling that goes on during football between the kickoff show, the podcast, Sunday night?
I understand. And you know what, Mike? I'd say just go. Why? What happens if you just got sick for 3 days? The world would continue without you.
It would.
So go.
It would. That's fair. All right. Jimmy, your thoughts. All right. Corporate office is closed today.
David, please read.
David, how about some ticket text? The people want to speak to Kenny. They want to bitch about umps, and they want to tell you the Tigers will win the World Series.
Useful tip for Kenny. If you cook for her, make sure she likes possum stew first.
No.
David came out the gate with this one.
That not a good one? Okay.
Damn.
Maybe this one.
David went belt to ass.
Kenny, start every argument with the word woman from Steve. Okay. That's not good either.
This is not going to go well.
David, you got one more.
Kenny, word of advice. When it comes to marriage, never leave the toilet seat up. If you do, the wife catches it, you're in serious trouble.
We're drifting towards 61% at this moment.
Yeah, that's Kenny's learning the word annulment. All right.
Something about prenup. I don't know.
No, all right, David.
Yeah, this is a good one. Do the little things, Kenny. Mike is right. Have your own hobbies, then some together.
I'm sorry. What happened?
He said prenup.
Yeah, he's got to protect his hot dog roller at all costs.
Okay,
I'll be damned.
All he cares about is his hot dog roller, his PlayStation, his Macho Man t-shirt.
You are not getting half of this hot dog.
If she takes my championship belt away from me,
Kenny, honestly, I'll pay for the lawyer, and the only thing in the prenup is your PlayStation, your hot dog roller, and your title belt.
That's all I need. That's
How
perfect.
in the world will I warm up this salsa? TJ, that was for you.
Yes,
This is a bit that will never die.
No, we're going to go to Greg. He is going to give you his first bit of sage advice. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, Lordy. Hi, guys. How's it going?
Super.
Great.
Wonderful. Kenny, congratulations, buddy. Kind of piggyback on Mike, what you may have said to Kenny, whether you like it or not, she's going to help you see a better version of yourself. And so things are going to fall off the wayside. Things like the hot dog roller may not seem as important down the line. And I know this, things like the hot dog roller, because I had a hot dog roller for about a good 10 years. It was phenomenal. It was the talk of every party. You throw some hot dogs down. It's nice and easy.
Hold on. Are you related to Kenny?
Is this a
Greg,
real call?
Greg, are you related to Kenny? Are you lying to
Can
me?
we just become best friends?
I think so. We did. So the hot dog roller was great. And then within 3 months of being married, I haven't seen it since.
Oh, my God.
So you just got to be okay and know which snow globes you want to shake.
Kenny, here's what you should do preemptively. Show her you're going to be a new man. The hot dog roller goes, and it was your idea.
The hot dog roller goes to the kitchen. That's what.
Oh, jeez.
See?
Thank you, Greg.
Marriage is about compromise. That's what they say, right? It doesn't have to be in the living room. It can be in the kitchen.
Kenny, you're really not understanding it. Okay, so be it.
He planted his flag a long time ago. Just let it go.
62%?
Just
61%?
Let's let it go. Hot dog roller?
We're going to go to, hold on. We got to go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, man?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
Hey, Tim.
You know what?
I've been married twice, so I kind of consider myself an expert on marriage.
Okay.
Very simple. Find a woman that lives 2 hours away. You'd be amazed how good you get along.
Oh, God.
And if she lives next to you right now, get married, buy a home 2 hours away. My girl lives 2 hours away. Never argue. Go up there on the weekends. Nice romantic weekend together. I leave Sunday morning about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. I meet my kids right at the golf course. Then I spend the rest of the week doing my thing.
She gets the vacation
Is
house.
What's that?
She gets the vacation house. I'm just chilling in the city. That
There you
is
go.
a truly
There you go.
ridiculous idea.
How long have you had this arrangement? Tim, how long have you had this arrangement?
3.5 years.
Wow. Kenny, maybe that's
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Kenny, you could move to the city. She could stay out in the sticks. Maybe this is the play.
Yeah, that's
you
really
get to
good.
keep your hot dog roller 5 days a week, and then Uncle Tim over here tells you it's the weekend. Go crazy.
This is how you end up with a second marriage.
Okay.
By the way, I like that Uncle Tim comment. One more thing.
Yes, sir.
When I am out golfing my son-in-law, because those of us who are married, we know the good and the bad messages. When I'm golfing my son-in-law, it's a tight match. I'll text my daughter real quickly. She'll text her husband, my son-in-law, and she'll say, something's been bothering me. We need to talk when you get off the golf.
No.
Tim out here hitting people with garbage cans.
Hell, man.
That's diabolical.
wait.
Tim, I give you credit. That's diabolical, but I like it.
Oh, wait. Is that discussion, does that ever involve we need to have more sex, we need to have more freaky sex? Or does that discussion involve, Mike Valenti, we need to talk about you and the things you got to do to better yourself. Am I right?
I don't.
Mike, is he right?
I don't know.
What do you think about this,
I don't know
Mike?
what's happening here. Tim, you can't text that as a weapon to your son-in-law. That is just.
So now you want your daughter to have a second marriage.
Oh my God.
Those are like the worst words any man ever wants to hear.
But he's getting him off his game.
Right.
Tim knows what he's
No,
doing.
it's gamesmanship. Like I give him credit.
That's
for
like
that.
what a catcher in baseball does to a batter.
Right.
That's like major league.
Or
I
that's
also do
like,
think a new drop may have just been born.
Hey, that's
I was like, all right, where are we going with this, Tim?
I'm still amazed. He lives 2 hours away from his wife, and that's normal?
David, is this regular?
Yeah,
is this
hold
good
on.
marriage advice?
David's the marriage counselor at the church. Go ahead.
No, that is not good advice. No, 2 hours away and have it. No.
This is like the player who was blew in somebody's ear at the free throw line.
Lance Stevenson, wasn't it?
Yes, Lance Stevenson. Yes.
This is wow.
Or Marshawn biting a guy's ear.
No, he licked a guy is what he did.
Sorry.
He licked multiple. A lot of guys got licked. He did lick a lot of guys.
Hold on. All right. You know what? No, and you need to be better. You need to be better. Rico, I'm pointing at you, not you need to be better.
I'm pointing at you, David. Don't you even?
Nope.
The caucus has spoken.
No, oh boy. All right. 248-539-9797.
The beauty of the caucus, we can just look at each other.
All right. If you're paying noticeably higher energy bills in the summer and you want to keep your home cool, well, you need Victor's. Two of the top areas of your home that cause the AC to work harder, the roof and your windows. If your roof is not adequately ventilated, the heat builds up. The attic heats up, you got a real problem. Your windows are old, they're not sealing, all your money's going right out the window. The best advice, Victor's Home Solutions. Schedule a free 21-point inspection, roof and windows. They'll go over every square inch, carefully examine everything, and then they'll have a plan for you. There's no hassle, no runaround, no high-pressure sales. They lay out the facts. They let you make a decision. And if it is time for a new roof or windows, you get $500 off that project, plus no interest and no payment financing until 2027. So make the call. Victor's. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. Okay, before we get back to the Kenny Cott marital advice, because he's engaged. How? No one knows. But he's engaged. Your bit of advice for him to try to stay married and not fall victim to, well, stats. Before we get back into that, we talked a lot today. Look, good series for the Tigers this weekend. Unlike the other shows, I don't treat every series as a referendum statement series. It's not a statement series. It's June 9th.
No statement series against the Orioles?
No, that's like kicking a dead man. They're dead.
Gotcha.
So, no, look, Tigers are really good, but that's not a radio topic. Hey, Kenny, sky's blue, 248. So, look, the real story of the weekend from my view was, yes, really nice job taking 2 or 3, but my God, the state of MLB umps it's in a dumpster. And when Benetti and Dirks kind of defend the Cubs, that tells you something. Now, again, that's a Cubs problem, not a Tigers problem, but it's a baseball problem. So I offered 2 solutions when we started the show. I said, look, this is very easy to handle. Only the idiots who run baseball won't handle it. You can go full robot umps, or Benetti brought up the most likely. You have a challenge system. It has been proven to work. Why are we not using it? Implement the challenge system for the playoffs. Period.
That's not the way baseball's supposed to be played.
Right. And then that's why it didn't integrate until 1950 or whatever it was. Look, baseball's always been stuck in the mud. The challenge system, look, when these umps are missing a call, it can fix it. It just can. And the other problem, look, the reason the robot ump thing is appealing to me, I don't know how I would implement it. Like, I don't have that kind. I went to Michigan State. I didn't go to Yale. I don't know how I would implement that. I just know I can't handle watching games on TV. The pitch framing by catchers has gotten so out of control, so egregious. I understand why they do it. They're smart to do it. But it's horrible to watch because the ball could be a foot outside the zone. Woo! Oh, it's right here. Fooled you.
Yeah.
Stop. It used to be, hey, I'm going to buy that, you're going to buy a little bit off the plate and center. It was subtle. You could deal with it. It's gotten absurd.
Right. Certain pitchers got the luxury of, okay, I'm going to give you the call.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now it's just jumped the shark, and we got to get rid of it because it's making watching the games really difficult. So that is one of the topics we have, along with your biggest piece of advice for Kenny. David, a couple ticket texts, and I'll get right back to the calls.
This caller Tim is crazy, man. That's a wild call right there. Someone said.
I didn't know where he was landing that plane.
I feel bad for his son-in-law.
It went from talking to Kenny to the son-in-law to asking you a question. I'm like
what? How I need to be better? I'm like, I don't know. You didn't like the Tigers topic? Okay, I don't know what to say.
No, that wasn't what he said to you, but go ahead, David.
What did he say to me? What did I do? What? No, I'm serious. What did I... Well, he said, that's, look, all I know is his son-in-law, that's a wild card of a family member. Yeah. That phone rings. You may want to send that to voicemail.
I agree.
David, go ahead.
Kenny, just don't do it, bro. It's not too late. That is from Joe. Wow. Richard in Clinton Township gives good advice. 36-year marriage, he says, have separate bank accounts.
I'm thinking that's probably a bad idea, but okay.
I think giving Kenny money advice is a bad idea.
I'm just thinking
Kenny is not good with finances. I'm staying out of that.
I'm not that bad with finances.
You're not that good.
I'm just talking separate bank accounts as a whole is just
that is a very personal decision. I leave that to people. I'm not speaking on
counselor. What you get the final say.
No, I agree with Mike. Everybody can make their own decision on what's best for their marriage. Okay. Period. I'm not going to tell you what's good or not.
It just seems like that's the way to finance your secret life because you got a separate account.
How about Rico just going right for the dark side?
So you caller Tim now.
No, I'm just saying you have a separate
account. 2 hours away.
You know, I'm going to Ed. Rico's got Kenny as a drug lord in the first 6 months of his marriage. Go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Best piece of advice I can give, as most men might know, we try to fix things. The wife comes home with a problem. We try to give the advice. The best thing that I've learned is to just listen. Give her a place to vent. No judgment. And like Mike said, you guys have to pursue your own interests as well.
Oh, you've got to have space. You have to. I mean, Eddie, you know it. You probably got buddies of yours. It's like they don't get 10 seconds away from their wife. I don't know how they do it. That whole suffocating routine, that's a road to failure.
Yep, I'm on my second marriage now, and one thing I did learn, my wife wanted to learn how to play golf. I will buy you lessons. I'll play with her.
Oh, no.
I will play with her.
So you will never play a round of golf with your wife, ever?
Oh, I will, yes.
Okay,
I
good.
will not be the one to teach her.
Perfect. No, and Ed's right. You don't, because anything he offers as criticism, she's going to take it in a personal way. And then it's going to affect him when they go home, and that's no bueno. That doesn't work. Okay. That's a smart move, Eddie. That's a real smart move.
And also learn empathy so that you can draw out what's wrong from her without trying to dig at her. Just really, that really bothers you. I mean, it sounds cliche, but that does work.
No, I'll tell you the other thing. I mean, Ed, Kenny, here's another bit of advice. You didn't ask for it. I'm just offering. Don't bring work home with you. You got a long drive home, work your stuff out in that car. Do not bring work home.
Emotionally, yes, but I mean, doing what we do, we kind of have to bring work home.
No. You can do your job at home.
Yes.
Don't bring this nonsense office home.
No, I completely this relationship would have failed a long time ago had I done that.
Kenny, there's a myriad of ways it probably should have failed, but somehow you made it through.
Again, with the relationship, what we're not going to do is, how has Kenny been in a relationship for this? That's not what we're going to do.
Kenny, America wants to know. It's a stunning thing. You have a hot dog roller. You played 5,000 hours of video games.
Believe it or not, I have the capacity. There is the possibility that a woman will love me. But Mike's over here going, it's crazy that you're still in a relationship for this long.
Look,
He is making this so difficult for me. Kenny, nope.
Rico is abstained.
Go ahead, make 11 drops. I don't care.
No, I protected you.
Love will find a way.
Okay.
You're setting yourself up.
Say it. Just say it.
No, he's out here like John Stockton, just throwing the assist, but I'm going to let it go by. Go ahead, David Reese.
Let me give you one more piece of advice, Kenny, because I think you need this one. Right. Don't get stuck in your ways. There's going to be so many changes in life that you just got to go with the you got to be able to move along with it, okay? Something that you might agree to in first part of your marriage, it might change.
Okay, hold on. Let me say this. Now, full admission. I always defer to the people who are married and they have children. Okay,
and that's what I'm meaning.
That complicates so much.
Yes.
So let me at least say this: I have no idea. Am I partially terrified of you bringing a kid into this world? Absolutely. The point is, it is much easier without kids. And I can disagree with what David said because there are not kids in the picture. Right. I think if you go in, this is literally, and not in a harmful way. These are the things that are important to me. Like, this is who I am.
Right.
No, there has to be a level of that because, like, if you go in under false pretense, you're going to be a statistic.
No, her and I are on the same page with the kid stuff. We don't want to bring a kid into this mess of a world. We're both on the same page.
And look, it might change for you.
Maybe it will. I doubt it.
I left the door open.
I don't think the world's going to get better.
No. Kenny, I mean, look, I left the door open for a while, but you just get addicted to your life. And you look at each other and you're like, nah, I'm not doing this. So, for the people who have kids, they always supersede marital advice because if you can survive a marriage while being a good parent, my hat goes off to you. That is the hardest job in the world.
Every day is different.
Oh, man.
Every hour could be different.
Yeah.
That's period. That's the way it is.
I was just laughing. Like, I would have turned little Mikey into the biggest State fan. Yeah. Just to tick you off.
You would have. I would have openly spited you. Look what you did to my beautiful boy.
Well, I would have bought him Michigan gear, so.
You know what? I wouldn't even care. It doesn't. What would you even say? You're trying to raise a kid a State fan now. What leg do you have to stand on?
Oh, believe me, I'm trying. The Spartan kid that I have, he's really still trying, but it's tough.
Don't worry, Jonathan.
It'll be okay.
Jonathan Smith will probably kill it off.
You know what, David? He's going to learn and grow from the pain. It's going to make him stronger.
A lot of pain.
Let me go to Mike 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, it's imperative. Listen to me, Kenny. You have to live in fear.
Oh dear.
You
Explain.
look. If you got that nacho cheese dispenser sitting in your Amazon cart, think about, is she going to get mad at me?
She can only be mad at me if she finds it.
No, Kenny, that's
that's the backwards way of thinking.
No, she'd be fine with it. She's used to all my antics by now.
Well, you also have to realize she's going to tell you she's going to be fine with it until she's not.
Yeah, but Mike, what I would tell you is that doesn't fly. Like, it's just, you got to be honest about stuff like that. What you're describing, Mike, is how guys get in so much trouble with the whole, like she's racking up relationship points. Like that doesn't work. Like she knows. Well, look at what she's marrying. The guy is open. He likes nacho cheese, Macho Man T-shirts, and look, he's honest, Mike. She knows she's going in eyes wide open.
So you think she's going to pull the switcheroo, though, of like, I'm this now, but
I think to Mike's point, if she's smart, she will. You need work.
I think we should just collectively buy him a bunch of flags so he can plant them.
I stand with caller Mike on this. I
think I've taken just about one too many strays in this. It was supposed to be help Kenny out, not insult his character.
Kenny, it is help. That's all.
Kenny needs work. Jesus, man.
Kenny, we want you on the 40% side.
We're trying.
I'm trying. I feel more insulted and degraded now than anything else.
No, it's just showing you. Well, look, some callers did degrade you. I'm trying to just be honest with you. You should listen, Kenny. Do you want to be told what you want to hear or what you need?
I want to be told what I want to hear. Actually,
well,
because I've been being told a lot of other things lately.
Then life is going to hit you with a semi. That's not how it works.
No.
All right. Well, hey, Kenny, here you go. More antics for this evening. How about pizza? There you go.
I like that.
Hungry Howie's. You can get a large one-topping pizza, 8 flavored crusts, $8.99. In-house made dough, 100% real cheese, all at a perfect price, and over 20 toppings to choose from. Pick the perfect pairing. Make sure you check with her, Kenny. $8.99 for a large one-topping pizza at Hungry Howie's. You can even upgrade to stuffed crust $3 more. It's hungryhowies.com. Download the app. Start your online order now. Online carryout only.
So we're going to go through the top passing trios going into this NFL season.
All right, how many of them?
There are 10 here.
All right, so do you want us to guess, or are you just going to go down the line?
You can guess, but let me first tell you the first honorable mention is Houston, and they maybe say because they're missing Tank Dell.
Well, I thought he was going to be back in 3 days, David.
Mention that one to you guys.
It took him 3 days to reattach his leg. That is your worst take ever.
He got confused.
Noted.
So you can guess if you want to throw out a couple real quick. Yeah.
Can I do one that it has to be on this list or it's invalidated? Fair? Bengals. Burrow, Chase, Higgins.
Bengals, number 1.
All right, I'm done. Rico, take him to 6.
I'll go with Lions. Goff, Amon-Ra, and
J-Mo, Laporta.
Lions, number 3.
Nice job.
So can you guess number 2 between them?
Oh, boy. All right. This is such
I think you all can.
Wow, this is probably a terrible guess. Is it Miami with Tyreek, Waddle, and Tua?
They are number 6.
All right, I wasn't that far.
No, not far at all.
Over to Rico.
I'm trying to think who would be. No,
you can get number 2. I know you can get number 2.
It can't be Kansas City.
No. Just guess what you want to guess.
Kansas City is number 7.
What is that? Worthy, Rashee Rice.
They say Mahomes, Kelsey, and Rice. Yes, they still put Kelsey in there with the trio, yes.
Sure thing.
Hurts? I mean, Philly?
That is number 2 right
nice
there.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Excellent work.
I knew you would get it. So let me go through the rest of them here. I knew you all would do a great job with this. Number 10, Baltimore. Jackson, Flowers, Andrews. I knew Mike was going to laugh.
How are you a top 10 passing trio when the quarterback is blindfolded?
He's not blindfolded, Mike.
Really? Go watch the playoffs.
Andrews had just made the catch.
If he didn't fumble and throw a pick.
He threw for more than 4,000 yards. Flowers got 1,000 of those yards.
I really like Zay Flowers. I do. Look, the best tight end on that team isn't Mark Andrews.
You're right.
It's Isaiah Likely.
Yes.
The kid from Coastal. He's just taking his job. Mark Andrews is like a pumpkin now. What happened?
Injuries, man.
What about Rashad Bateman? That was a Rico guy back in the day.
Don't know why they extended him, but whatever.
Rico loves his Big Ten receivers.
Mean and hurtful.
You were a big Lee Evans guy.
Hey. Nobody comes out of Wisconsin like Lee Evans.
Yeah, for a reason.
Number 9. Number 9 would be the San Francisco 49ers with Purdy, Kittle, and Ayuk.
All right.
Even though Ayuk's only going to be there for half a year?
There's my issue.
Yes.
You would have to have an asterisk that it would be Pearsall to start the year, who looked good when he played.
Right.
Kittle, I worry.
See, I think Kittle, he's one of those guys that as soon as you write him off, Mike, he still goes out there and gets the job done. He's like Kelsey.
Okay. How about Buffalo? Shakir, the numbnuts, not Knox, the other tight end, the kid from Ole Miss, Dalton Kincaid, and Josh Allen.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
How about, this is a stretch, but maybe,
Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf and things.
And the sandwich with fries.
Hold on. You ready for this? David, I want to have some fun with you since I've had to listen to you about Russell Wilson all year. Hey, do you want to know how your quarterback sucks? Because Daniel Jones makes more money than him.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
You son of a... I had to listen to you about Mr. Dangerous all year. Rodgers, $13 million. Blank face Danny Dimes, 14. Woo!
So, David, who do you think wins the mythical trade? Since you
Burn
guys
in hell, David.
It's basically a trade, right?
Traded quarterbacks.
Yeah, it is basically a trade.
Who wins that trade?
It's called mutually assured destruction. All we did was give each other the launch codes. We're both going to press the button at the same time. Our teams are going to win 10 games combined.
He's in better shape because
no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the Jets. And Pittsburgh.
I thought he gave me Russell Wilson.
No, they basically made the trade.
Yeah, so
whatever.
passing trios.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I forgot the other quarterback. But see, the other quarterback went to the Giants. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh.
You 3 teams. You're Spider-Man.
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are.
Hashtag blessed.
All right, back to this. You okay, David?
I'm not okay. I am not okay.
He just realized that he signed a nutcase hippie as a quarterback.
Would Minnesota be on this list?
Minnesota is not on this list.
Only reason is it's McCarthy, totally unproven. But I know why you guessed it. The skill is there.
All right, then I will go with the Commanders.
The Commanders are in the honorable mention. The other team there, honorable mention.
Mm-hmm.
So number 8 on the list would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mayfield, Evans, and Godwin.
What about Ibuka?
They did not.
No, I know. It just
Big Ten receiver.
They've got. That's your man. You love Ibuka.
Hey, you won me a lot of money this past season.
A lot of money. So listen,
maybe too much.
Tampa is possibly the most ever. Listen, the Bucks are fascinating because look at the guys he listed: Godwin, Evans. They also have McMillan, the kid they drafted out of UW.
Mm-hmm.
They draft Ibuka. It's like, how many receivers are you going to throw the ball to? And they got Bucky Irving.
Yeah, they could be on this list maybe again next year with 2 different receivers.
But the funny thing is, they're probably one of the most underrated teams. Nobody ever speaks of the Bucks when it comes to the better teams in the NFL.
You're exactly right.
Because they're consistently good. You know what consistently good is? The Bucks. Remember that, Brad.
So they're the NFC version of the Steelers.
Yeah, it's fun enough, but what does it result in? Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's enough Steelers slander there. Number 7, you got Kansas City earlier. Number 6, you got Miami. That was earlier. Number 5, the Rams.
So who's Kansas City?
Kansas City.
Rashi Rice, Kelsey, Mahomes.
Okay. Yeah.
I would take Kelsey out and just put Xavier Worthy in there.
I would as well. Number 5 would be the Los Angeles Rams with Stafford, Nakua, and Adams.
Yes.
Yes. God, Adams went there.
Yep. No, then that's a perfect spot.
Number 4 on this list, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, no.
Dak Prescott,
no.
CeeDee Lamb, and George Pickens.
Nope.
You know what?
You lost me.
I would not have guessed them at all.
You lost
I was willing to put JJ on there with Addison and
makes sense.
Jefferson.
You lost me on this one. I mean, I can't list Pickens as an asset. He's an ass. He's just unstable, and you don't know what you're getting play to play. He's crazy, David.
Yeah.
CD's a stud. And Dak, he probably takes more slander than he should. But the Pickens part of that, I just, come on.
I agree with you, and he's saying the right things now, and he got a number 1 with him, but the minute you're on that field and you're not getting that ball, he's still going to act the same way.
He's insane.
But the Commanders were honorable mention.
Correct.
Well, who are the 3 in your mind?
Would be Scary Terry, Debo, and
Debo's the weak link.
Davis.
I think Debo is a nice complementary piece. And look, he may not want to run the football, but in Kingsbury's offense, he better be ready for 5 to 7 carries a game.
And the final,
especially in the red zone, you know what they're going to be doing,
right?
The final team.
Run the option.
The final team in the honorable mention, because you all got the top 3 there, it was the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Trey McBride. That was the final honorable mention.
I'm going to go down with the ship. I'm going to be Rose on the board. I think Kyler's going to have a huge year, and I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Wow, we're going to put that on the board.
Like regular huge or huge for Kyler?
Do you mean a short joke or you mean?
Wow. Man, I walked right into that. Big enough that he can ride the rides at Cedar Point, okay? He won't be mistaken as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
He's going to have a fun summer riding those rides.
Jeez.
You got to be this tall.
That is your football today.
Damn. All right, we'll have Rieger and Woj join momentarily. David with a couple of ticket texts. Fun show, a little bit of Tigers, a little bit of the Tigers v. Lions and kind of the expectation stuff. And again, just don't take how we do our show as some kind of negative thing. That's not what it is. We're not doing referendum every game of Tiger baseball. It's a silly way to watch it, and anyone who knows baseball knows that. So, nice job. You won 2 out of 3. Go do it again. It's June 9th. And as we get towards the deadline, it's going to be a very Tiger-heavy show with a very heavy demand on Scott Harris. Best record in the league or not, it doesn't matter. Most of the teams aren't trying. Your job is, can I acquire players that can help me beat the Dodgers? That's the job. That's the assignment. It's like if you're recruiting at Michigan or Ohio State or Oregon. Am I recruiting players that can beat the aforementioned schools or Georgia?
Right.
It doesn't matter. You're 10-2 last year. No one cares. Go get more players that can help you beat those teams.
If not, you become the professional version of Penn State.
Correct. So no, look, we're amped at the Tiger start, but I just see it differently than the other shows, and that's okay. Every show's got to be different. Tiger Statement Weekend. We're not doing that. That's not how any of this works. David, some ticket text, please.
This is the best show topic ever. I can't wait for Kenny to get divorced and then engaged again.
No,
2 years from now, and we can do it again.
You
Scott and
can't
Carlton.
say that, Scott.
My wife and I have separate accounts, not because either of us are living a secret life, Rico, but rather because her spending habits are out of control and we'd be homeless if she had access to all the funds.
Okay,
That's a major problem.
So basically, it's Rieger in reverse. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, he says it on the air.
That's
I'm not
stray,
dropping
man.
knowledge. He says it. He gets an allowance.
Someone advice for you, Kenny. Don't sweat the small stuff and have respect for each other.
Signed, D. Karsh in Ann Arbor.
Another one. 3 words, Kenny. And this can help you in your marriage. Less is more. Don't say what's on your mind or give too much advice. Just listen. I don't think that's what he meant by less is more.
Apologies.
Someone else says, it's okay to lose an argument, Kenny. Some arguments are just worth losing. Okay.
I mean, it's not wrong. You
Not
just learn,
wrong
dude,
at all.
You just learn. Don't sweat the stupid stuff. Doesn't matter. You treat the stupid stuff like non-conference games. They don't matter. You got to get into Big Ten season. You got to win those games.
I feel Michigan State about to take a stray here.
No.
in 3,
No.
2.
No. Hey, we beat Mercer for a player.
And there it is.
You think I'm kidding, people?
I tried to tell you. I think, Mike, they got 3. 1 seems legit. The other 2, not so much.
Whoa, buddy.
I tried to.
I know. All right.
Focus on the good one.
Do Woj and Rieger plan on doing radio today?
Don't know.
It's remarkable.
It's a full show, so Wojo has to conserve.
Well, if Wojo, you know what? Here's the best way.
You guys want to do radio?
There it is. The best way to plan a 4-hour show is to get here. I don't know. Let's see. Wojo sauntered in 9 minutes for a broadcast. I can help these people, but at the same time, I can't help them. Unbelievable.
Are they coming in now?
Hey, today, Junior.
You hate when we come in.
It would be nice if you arrived to work in a decent time and talk to your co-host.
3 minutes early here.
Sit down.
This is why we all end up talking to Rieger doing fake shows.
Oh, I know.
Come on in. Now, what are you two hyenas talking about?
Chase away Rico. We feel bad about that.
Yeah, are we? We're leading off with the Michigan Panthers. They're going to championship
referendum weekend,
wherever that is.
All Panther championships.
Will the Panthers
Florida and
win another championship before the Lions?
Well, how about 2 Panthers win? The Panthers win the cup, and then the Panthers win.
Wojo, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's a very serious
question. Okay.
How long have you watched baseball? Serious note.
Serious is probably 50 years.
Okay. So do you agree with my viewpoint on every series isn't a statement series?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
No, I agree with your point on the umpiring, but from this standpoint, there was a game on, was it the Yankees-Red Sox last night?
It's horrendous.
No, where they did not have the box.
Right, but you could still tell that the ump was an idiot.
I swear to God, though, that's why we think umps are so much worse, because the box
and the
is
pitch
everywhere.
framing and the pitch framing
And the pitch framing. But when I watched that part of that game last night, I couldn't really tell if it was a bad call.
Because even if a ball starts as a strike and then goes out,
yes,
they show you that 3D that tells you it was a bad call.
I know,
the umpiring's off.
Why didn't they have that on last night? I liked it better.
Bottom line, challenge system needs to be implemented for the playoffs. No excuses. We cannot be deciding games because of these.
Why did they kick?
Did you see the
idiots.
Nico Horner? Obviously you did.
Yeah, hello.
He says you're having a bad day, but that totally derailed the Cubs inning.
Yeah.
And then the very next inning, and
but it was based on what happened the day prior.
I know.
Because and again, it's bad when Benetti and Dirks are going, well, the Cubs have a case.
Riley Green also got screwed yesterday, struck out on a ball that probably wasn't a strike. But then how about Gleyber Torres yesterday? He swings, he struck out. They say he didn't. Next thing you know, Tigers get 2 runs.
There you go.
You know what the umps need to do? Give the players a list of the words, the magic words. Because
they're probably the same as in radio.
Well, you're having a bad day should not get you.
No,
he said you're having a bad day.
That's all I said.
But it's probably how he said it.
No, there's actually audio. It wasn't
I
that
heard
bad.
the audio.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad.
It was just like, hey, you're having a bad day.
It's
And then
just
he's like, get out of here.
The ump acted like a coward.
Yeah.
So, all right, great. So what are you doing?
Well, as to your other point very quickly, I remember years ago asking Jim Leland if this was a big series, like it was Cleveland, Detroit in June. And he looked at me and kind of wobbled his head like he liked to do. He's like, that's a stupid question.
Yeah.
That's a dumb question.
He
It's
does
cute.
Did he lean back and did he have food?
Yeah, I think he had his shirt off and his hat on.
Rieger wants to bring a huge name to Detroit sports.
Okay. If
what?
All I'll say is
we have audio.
If the 2 letters are K and D, I'm going to hit you with a chair.
Well, don't worry. I'll
like
hit
the
him
proverbial
first.
chair, like the sound drop, or a legitimate chair?
Potentially both. Okay. All right. We will talk to you guys tomorrow. Rico will be in an even more aggressive polo shirt.
Oh, it's very pink. Or is
Kenny,
that purple?
That's pink.
I wish you good luck.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
Oh, yeah, he's getting married. When is the wedding? Are you guys going to be invited?
What did I do?
What?